y The Social Democratic Movement. La profesora Soledad Loesa es doctora de Estado en Ciencia Política por el Instituto de Estudios Políticos de París y profesora emérita del Colegio de México. Su trabajo se centra en el presidencialismo mexicano del siglo XX, las relaciones entre el contexto internacional y el sistema político mexicano y la Guerra Fría en México. Entre sus publicaciones destacan 3 presidentes mexicanos en la Guerra Fría, 1945-1958, Acción Nacional, El apetito y las responsabilidades del triunfo, y el Partido Acción Nacional, La larga marcha, 1939-1944. Le voy a ceder la palabra a la profesora Berman, que nos va a ofrecer la conferencia Contextualizing Democracy's Problems.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm going to talk about what's going on with democracy today. So obviously this conference is itself, I assume, kind of generated by concern about what's going on with democracy today. And there's lots of reasons to be concerned. So this graph just simply shows you sort of democracy ratings for the globe from 3 of the most well-respected agencies that track the development of democracy. And you can see that, starting at around 2006, a little after, there are significant declines, noticeable declines in global, the amount of global democracies that are in existence. Another way of kind of looking at this, the sort of same, but different, is to look at over time the number of countries that are moving in a more democratic direction as opposed to countries that are moving, sort of in the democratic backsliding or autocratizing category. And you can see also around the same time, around 2006, between 2006 and 2010, there's this kind of transfer, right? So that there are more countries backsliding in the category of democratic backsliders or autocratizers than there are countries that are either moving into the democratic category or deepening or consolidating the democracy, their democracies in some way. So the reason for our contemporary pessimism is built on this kind of set of empirical trends, right? Which is that around 2006 is the high point of what social scientists often refer to as the 3rd wave of democracy. So for those of you who are not familiar with this term, obviously the idea of a wave of democracy is designed to kind of get us to focus on the idea that there are periods in history when many countries kind of move in this democratic direction, when lots of authoritarian regimes collapse and countries make transitions to democracy. And in fact, this 3rd wave, which begins at the end of the 20th century, is the most extensive democratic wave in history. It rolls over the entire globe, right, and creates more democracies than it ever existed in history before. So this wave begins in, obviously, Southern Europe. It rolls over Eastern Europe, other parts of the former Soviet Empire, Latin America, Africa. And again, what you get is that by the early 21st century, you have more democracies than ever existed before. And this is accompanied by incredible optimism. So the students in this room, right, we're too young to probably remember this, but people my age remember what it was like to kind of live at the high point of this wave, right? So these are some of the sort of, most, sort of well-known reflections of that, but just this incredible sense that democracy had finally triumphed, right? That we had come to a point in history where democracy was now the global norm, and its sort of position in the globe would, if anything, sort of continue to strengthen. Now, this is obviously not the position we are in today, right? So anybody who's been alive for the last 10 years or so or more since, about, 2006, 2010 has been in this period when that optimism has gradually and now very extensively faded, right? And so everything that we're talking about as scholars in rooms like this, in conversations among, other concerned citizens, is all about pessimism, right? Pessimism about democracy's future, fears that we're now living, in the beginning of an authoritarian century, yada, yada, yada. So what I'd like to do with the, whatever 30 minutes that I have is contextualize this pessimism. And I want to do 2 things in particular. One, I want to talk a little bit about why I think it is at least partially a consequence of a lack of historical perspective. But I also want to talk a little bit about what I think is distinctive about our current moment. What is new about what's going on with democracy and authoritarianism today, and how we might sort of better understand this. So let me start with the first point about sort of how historical perspective can make us perhaps see what's going on today slightly differently. So we use this term waves as, sort of social scientists, because again, it's supposed to capture something about what's going on with democracy at particular points in time. But as everybody in this room knows, right, waves always have undertows, right? Like that's kind of built into the term. And so the idea of a wave is indeed meant to capture sort of periods when lots of countries kind of move in this democratic direction, but also, right, also the idea that waves are followed by undertows should make us recognize that, after these periods of kind of democratic upswing, there are always these periods of backsliding or autocratization. So if you know anything about previous democratic waves, 1848, after the First World War, after the Second World War, there were always indeed undertows, right? So on some level, right, we should be saddened by what's been going on since, again, around 2006 and 2010, but not surprised, right? Anyone who knows anything about how democracy has developed in the past should have been able to predict, in fact, that many of the countries that made transitions during the late 20th century would fail. And I want to say this is not just a correlation, right? Like, so two things happen. There's causality here, right? There's a reason why the undertows happen, and that is because making democracy work is indeed extraordinarily difficult. And I'm going to illustrate this by talking a little bit about the part of the world, or a part of the world that I have focused on a lot, and that is Europe. So I want you to indulge me in a little kind of historical, analysis, right? So we know that the struggle for democracy in Europe begins with the French Revolution. And, this, like, what we saw in the previous slide with the end of communism and the rest of the third wave, this was greeted with obviously incredible jubilation, right? There's this very well-known quote by William Wordsworth that actually was often repeated during the height of the third wave about how, the French Revolution created this atmosphere when, it was a time filled with joy, France standing atop golden hours, and human nature seemingly being born again. But of course, anybody who knows anything about history knows that this actual optimism faded very fast. We get something that resembles first democracy in France at about 1793, and it very rapidly collapses into a reign of terror. By 1799, 10 years after the initial transition, we of course know that France submits to a coup by this fellow here, the original man on horseback, Napoleon Bonaparte. And Napoleon Bonaparte should be seen as the forerunner of the populist authoritarians that we spend so much time talking about today. Tocqueville, great quote by Tocqueville, characterizes Napoleon's regime as the despotism of a single person resting on a democratic basis, right? Now, this seems contradictory, but in fact, in a way, captures the essence of populist authoritarians, and in fact did capture the essence of Napoleon's regime in many ways. He was incredibly popular when he came to power. Unlike his predecessors, he claimed that he had legitimacy that came from the support of the people, and he constantly invoked this popular support to kind of justify his rule. Napoleon is gone, of course, though, by 1814-15, and you have a France that is racked by political stability in the decades after that. You get another transition to democracy, a second attempt in 1848. This transition sets off, as I mentioned previously, another wave of transitions across Europe. But within a year of these transitions, also, most of them had been overtaken by that undertow. And you get in France, in particular, the election of even more prototypically populist authoritarian, this fellow here, Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. He is the nephew of the original, and of course, leads Marx to make one of his most well-known analyses and one of his greatest, sort of quotes. Hegel remarks somewhere that all great world historic facts and personages appear, so to speak, twice. He forgot to add the first time as tragedy, the second time as farce. So obviously, the original Napoleon is the tragedy. The second one here is the farce. And again, typical populist authoritarian type of rule. He is elected, actually overwhelmingly elected. He comes to power. He starts undermining the Second Republic's democratic institutions. When his term is due to expire and the assembly won't agree to allow him to run again, he just decides, the hell with you, assembly, and he attacks it head on. He has troops basically occupy Paris, arrest his opponents, declare a state of martial law. Once the uprisings against him are suppressed, he offers the public an ability to vote on his continued rule and wins overwhelmingly, and then puts in place what we would today probably call a sort of electoral authoritarian, populist authoritarian type of regime. Again, and this wave in 1848, right, gone essentially by the early 1850s. If you had been a sort of alien parachuted down to Europe in whatever, 1851, you would have never known that this huge wave had occurred only a couple of years before. So this regime by our friend Napoleon III collapses in 1870. We get another incredibly tumultuous democratic transition in France, right? At this point, France is, political history since 1789 had been so tumultuous that a long-standing joke, as I like to remind my students, was that the France's National Library kept its copies of the Constitution in the periodical section. This third try at democracy, the Third Republic, is more successful than the previous two, but again, this is a democracy characterized by many, many deep structural weaknesses. Extreme polarization. This is, I jumped the gun here. Extreme polarization, this is evinced most clearly during the Dreyfus Affair, when you have the country essentially tearing itself apart in almost civil war-like conditions. During the Third Republic, we get very significant political actors who do not play by the democratic rules of the game. This Third Republic lasts through the interwar years, but it grows weaker and more divided over time, and it proves easy prey for Hitler when he invades in 1940. When the Second World War ends, France again becomes a democracy, but again, hardly a stable one. It has 21 governments between 1946 and 1958, and when war breaks out in 1958 and a section of the army rebels, Charles de Gaulle takes over, changes the Constitution yet again, and we get a transition to a Fifth Republic. Now, France is a particularly tumultuous case, but its story is, in fact, much more in the norm in Europe than it is the exception, right? Almost all West European countries struggled to achieve anything resembling stable democracy, right? So we have, for instance, Italy, of course, right? We don't get in Italy until the 1860s, a unified Italy. Its governments from the beginning are corrupt, inefficient. The new country is plagued by extremists on both the left and the right. After the First World War, the young democracy in Italy is plagued by disorder and violence, collapses into fascism in 1922. We only get something resembling a semi-well-functioning democracy in Italy after the Second World War. Germany, of course, even worse, right? Even more chastening. We get a unified Germany in the 1870s. It has what, again, we would probably now consider a sort of electoral, authoritarian, or hybrid regime, democratizes after the First World War, and from the First World War, again, the Weimar Republic is plagued by left and right-wing extremism. We can see that, again, after 1928, the amount of votes that are gotten by parties that are not committed to democracy makes actually forming stable governments almost impossible. Throughout the Weimar Republic, we have violence, uprisings, assassinations, and of course, Nazi dictatorship in 1933. I won't bore you, but one more. Spain, right, very, very long, difficult road to democracy. Throughout the 19th century, we have many political transitions in Spain, military interventions, civil war-like conditions, a failed democratic experiment in the 1930s, also characterized by extreme polarization, extremism on the left and right, and then, of course, the country collapses into a civil war that kills hundreds of thousands of people and decades of dictatorship afterwards. So if we look, for instance, at the interwar period just as a whole, right, and we think about, sort of survival versus collapse, in particular in those wave that happens after the First World War, we can see that, it's about evenly divided, but almost all of the countries in the casualties column, these are new democracies. So these, again, the countries that do not manage to survive the interwar period as democracies are countries, again, that made transitions after the First World War. So that is to say, these are countries that were part of that undertow, again, predictably, on some level, because these were new democracies. So the point I'm just trying to make with this very sort of simple potted history is that it is extremely difficult to make democracy work, right? In the period after the French Revolution in Western Europe, we had many, many, many democratic transitions. Most of them fail, right? You only get liberal democracy being the norm in Western Europe, obviously not in other parts of Europe, after 1945. This is 150 years after the French Revolution. And this transition after 1945 to something resembling stability requires, again, I can't go over here, but obviously if some of you know something about European history, political history, this will be familiar. This transition after 1945, the shift into the sort of liberal democratic category, this requires a huge, huge number of changes at the domestic level, at the regional level, at the international level, right? And one of the most important things to note about this shift into the liberal democratic category, right, is that it is accompanied, not surprisingly, by the first period of prolonged peace and prosperity in Europe's history, right? So these things kind of obviously go together, right? So the point of this, again, is that we should not have been surprised, I think, by the undertow after that great wave at the end of the 20th century, right? Historically, most countries that make transitions for the first time, in particular, right, they're going to have trouble. Democracy is extremely fragile. It is very, very difficult to make it work. And so this undertow, again, while it should have saddened us, it should not, I think, have surprised us. What should, however, have surprised us, what is, and this is my second point, is new, I think, about what's been going on in the last 20 or so years, less predictable, is that many long-established democracies have also begun a period of what is clearly democratic erosion. That is to say, countries that we thought were consolidated, to use the term that political scientists love, right, we're not, in fact, as consolidated as we thought, right? So now let me talk a little bit about how we might contextualize or think more carefully about this, right? So the primary way that scholars have looked at what's been going on in, again, more established democracies is through lenses or theories of backsliding, autocratization, deconsolidation, right? And this has been helpful. I mean, I've contributed to this literature in some small way, so I don't want to piss on it entirely. But like any theories or lenses do, right, they focus our attention on some things rather than others, right? So the first thing that this literature does, right, is it focuses our attention on would-be authoritarians, right? They're the key to backsliding. They're the agents of autocratization, right? And there's a lot of tons and tons of books and articles and, newspaper analyses focused on, the quote-unquote authoritarian playbook, right? What are the strategies, tactics would-be authoritarians use to undermine democratic institutions? Sometimes, in fact, this goes almost so far as to create a kind of great man view of what's going on, which normally political scientists hate, right? We're not historians. We do not believe that political agents actually make history, right? But this literature has really pushed us in that direction, right? We see these would-be authoritarians as the kind of cause or the agent of backsliding or authoritarian autocratization, right? The second focus of this literature is on institutions, right? They are the key feature or cause of this backsliding or autocratization, right? Actually, what's going on, again, is these would-be authoritarians use these strategies and tactics to undermine or weaken institutions. And until recently, again, the long-established nature of democratic institutions in the United States and in other parts of the West, right, led most political scientists, because of this focus on institutions, to see them as resistant to attacks by would-be authoritarians. Sure, Viktor Orban could do that in Hungary, but it's never going to happen in the United States, right? The assumption here was, again, that institutions kind of take on a life of their own when they've been in place for a very long time. They develop a certain amount of resiliency and legitimacy because they have been around for, whatever, decades, hundreds of years in the case of the United States. So Adam Przeworski, for example, who's one of the most thoughtful and influential observers of democracy, right, no more than a couple of years ago, right, said that the United States' combination of high income and long history of democracy made the probability of democratic collapse almost zero. Now, clearly, that's wrong. And that's nothing to say against Przeworski. As I said just a few moments ago, I would have said, no way. There's just, fine, we're having a lot of problems in the United States. There's simply no way our democratic institutions could be undermined or weakened that quickly. And to be fair to Przeworski, again, a much more prominent and sort of exceptional scholar than I am, he too has sort of said, okay, look, it is now my job to kind of figure out why I was wrong about this. So how do we understand this? Right? So how do we understand this sort of, what's been going on? First thing I'd like to point out is that, again, there is a huge difference between the way scholars over the last years have tried to understand backsliding and deconsolidation, and the way actually before this period they focused on consolidation itself, right? So this literature on backsliding and autocratization, as I said, is extraordinarily voluntarist, right? Extraordinarily voluntarist. It's very focused on, again, would-be authoritarians, the authoritarian playbook, lots of attention paid to institutions. The literature on democratic consolidation, as I assume many of you know, because why would you come to a conference like this if you didn't already have some interest in the topic, is very focused, in fact, on structural preconditions, right? So democracy works well where you have a certain level of economic development. Wealthy countries are more democratic. A certain type of economic development, not resource-based, right? Social structures, incredibly important in determining whether or not democracy will work. Do you have a large middle class? Do you have a large working class? What does your social structure look like? Levels of inequality. Do you have high levels of inequality or low levels of inequality? Is your society characterized by strong ethnic, religious, communal divides? Do you have cross-cutting cleavages in your society? Do you have strong, effective states? We were talking about that yesterday. You need a sort of strong state-society balance, right? All of these things were the way we explained consolidation, but they were not the way we looked at deconsolidation, right? The assumption of the consolidations literature is that you needed these structural preconditions for democracy to work. But what we should have recognized is that if these things are not in place, then deconsolidation should have been something that we considered. And all of these conditions, in fact, have become problematic in many Western countries. Besides this sort of divergence, I would say, in the way we understand consolidation and backsliding, another lacuna, I would say, in the literature, the contemporary literature, is that it doesn't pay enough attention to the contexts that enable would-be authoritarians to do their kind of dirty work, right? Since in the third wave's undertow, most of our would-be authoritarians actually come to power through elections rather than, coups, the more traditional way. We need to think very carefully as social scientists why citizens enable them to do the things that they do. Citizens are not, without agency, right? So it's important to understand what authoritarians do, but it's important to understand why citizens allow them to get away with these things. And here I'd like to draw our attention to another, actually, let me skip by that for a second. Another aspect of what's been going on today, or another important aspect of what's been going on today, is this difference between what, where did I go with that? Hold it, that should be this one here. Actually, sorry, I was jumping ahead. Difference between what political scientists sometimes refer to as input and output legitimacy. So historically, we have thought as political scientists that democracy rests on input legitimacy. That is to say, what makes it legitimate for among citizens, right, is that it is a form of government that allows them to participate, right? It is government by the people for the people. So that's why people support democracy, because they get to participate in this system, right? And now I will go to the definition, right? This is a sort of paraphrase of the great definition by Linz and Steppen, right? Democracy is consolidated when all political actors accept democratic rules and institutions as the only game in town, regardless of outcomes. Regardless of outcomes. So we have consolidated democracies because we all believe that democracy is the best system, and we don't believe it's the best system because of what its output is, but because we believe in it as the best system. But I think what we've seen in the West over the last couple of decades is that this is in fact incorrect, or not as much the case as we would have thought. It is clear that most citizens, right, do not evaluate or support democracy only on the basis of these input things, only on the basis of procedures, institutions, blah, blah, blah. Democracy has to deliver. If it does not provide a better life for them and their communities, right, if it does not respond to their demands and grievances, it will become more fragile over time and therefore more susceptible, right, to the would-be authoritarians and their, whatever authoritarian playbook, right? So just very briefly, right, like there's, this is not news, right? The question about what democracy is delivered to citizens in the West, I'll focus on the United States and a few things on Europe, right? So there's clear that there's, again, growing discontent with economic output, so to speak, in the United States over the past years, a lot of growing dissatisfaction with, the state of the economy. Also not news, right? Middle and working classes have felt particularly squeezed over the last years, lots of evidence that they have not gotten their fair share, so to speak, or at least the same share of the growth that has occurred over the past decades as they got during those, sort of great post-war decades. Lots of dissatisfaction also over non-economic outcomes, right? Particularly in the United States with the Democrats, right? There's simply no doubt that over the past decades, voters have grown dissatisfied with Democrats, not just on the basis of, sort of the economic profile that they've offered, but in fact, because they've been increasingly disconnected from what the median voter, as well as many of their own voters, preferred on non-economic issues. Again, just a graph from the last, or chart, whatever, from the last election showing that, again, voters saw Harris, the Democratic candidate, as much further away from them ideologically than Trump. Similar kinds of things in Europe. Really, European economies have done really poorly over the past decade or two, in particular, increasing divergence between levels of growth that we've got in Europe and what we've seen in other advanced industrial countries. And again, also growing inequality in Europe in a context where, again, people are much less used to it than they had been even in the United States. Also, huge representation gaps on non-economic issues. Germany, for example, right? If you look at where the mainstream parties in Germany were on what is clearly the most salient non-economic issue in most European countries on immigration, up until fairly recently, all of the mainstream parties, including the ostensibly center-right one, were very far away from the preferences of most citizens. Same thing in a place like Sweden, right? All of the mainstream parties very far away from where citizens were on this question. I would be happy to talk more about this in question and answer. I want to make very clear that this is not a question of rising racism and xenophobia in Europe. There is absolutely no evidence based on any kind of survey data that people have gotten more racist and xenophobic over time, right? That is not what's going on here. What's going on here is that people were where they were and that the mainstream parties actually shifted away from them, right? So this is a supply rather than a demand side kind of thing. I'm happy to kind of talk more about that. Okay, so in terms of our causal understanding of backsliding, autocratization, blah, 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 what I'm saying is that this focus that we have as social scientists on, again, authoritarian strategies, playbook, whatever, has to be understood as the last step in a much longer causal chain, right? There's a great quote from Ernest Hemingway's The Sun Also Rises, right? There's a character in this book who's asked, how did you go bankrupt? And he says, 2 ways, gradually and then suddenly. And I think that's what we need to see when we look at cases like the United States, and to a lesser degree Western Europe. There's been less democratic erosion in Western Europe, but very high support for right-wing populist parties that have, at best, very questionable commitments to democracies, right? What has been going on, I think, over the last decades is a sort of gradual erosion, right, of the sort of strengths of democracy in these countries, right? Some of those structural characteristics that our theories of consolidation should have had us focus on, and then again, this sort of growing dissatisfaction over the last couple of decades in particular with the actual output, performance, delivery of, what democratic governments and establishment parties more generally have actually given to their citizens. So, to sum up, I would say if we want to think about somewhat more carefully or contextualized analysis of what's been going on with democracy over the last couple of decades, the term that I keep coming back to is fragility, right? And I mean this not only with regards to those new democracies that I was talking about, right? New democracies are always very fragile, right? They're always, again, in history, we have seen time and time again that, most transitions fail, right? That new democracies fail very, very often because it is extremely hard to build up the infrastructure of well-functioning democracies. Perhaps the irony is that, right, most people think, oh, the worst part of this whole thing is getting rid of authoritarian regimes. That's so hard. And it is hard to get rid of an authoritarian regime, but it is, in fact, much harder to build up the institutional, normative, other kinds of infrastructure of democracy. But it would have been good if people in older established democracies like the one that I live in had remembered that democracy is fragile as well, right? That if we had kept this fragility front and center. I had a brief conversation with Bryn, who you're going to hear from later, in the van coming over here yesterday, and she reminded me of a quote that she said was at the sort of forefront of the beginning of her civics textbook when she was young, about sort of eternal vigilance being the price of democracy, right, which was attributed to Thomas Jefferson. So I went home and I checked it. Actually, that's not, that quote is often attributed to Thomas Jefferson. It is, in fact, not a quote from Thomas Jefferson. It's from a guy named John Philpott Curran, whatever. It's not important. But that quote, right, eternal vigilance is the price, actually the original quote is the price of liberty, right? And I think we forgot that in the United States and other advanced, industrial, established democracies, right? That making democracy work, keeping it in that sort of consolidated category, we can't just sit there and say, okay, look, it's been around for a long time, that's enough, right? There has been, over the last decades, clearly an erosion in people's belief that democracy can deliver for them, and in the conditions that we know as political scientists, based on our study of consolidation, help make democracy work. So I'll close by saying that today's authoritarians, I think, should be seen as both symptoms and causes, right? They are, of course, agents of democratic backsliding, right? It's correct for us to focus on all the terrible things they do, their playbooks, so we can be aware of it and hopefully try to react successfully to it. But we must see them as symptoms. We must also see them as symptoms of a long-standing decay in many of our democracies and in the societies and economies that we have that should have been providing supports for them, and that many citizens have lost faith in democracy's ability to deliver for them and are therefore much more willing to turn away from, I think, if not condone, many of the non-democratic actions taken by would-be authoritarians who claim, again, that they're doing this precisely to kind of be more responsive to citizens to deliver better outcomes for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Ahora les doy la palabra a la profesora Soledad Loesa. Hay que lo más cerca que pueda del micrófono.
Muchas gracias. Buenos días. Quiero felicitar a la presentadora por un esfuerzo enorme de presentación de panoramas amplios de problemas generales y además históricos. Yo diría que, para empezar, que una de las cosas que puso en cuestión, en tela de juicio, los procesos de regreso o de abandono de la democracia, del camino hacia la democracia, fue el cuestionamiento de la idea del progreso. Desde el siglo XVIII hemos pensado que el progreso sigue un camino unilineal y que no era posible o no se pensaba en el regreso, en ir para atrás, que el progreso era inevitable y que era un camino que todos habíamos de seguir y que sería muy difícil echar para atrás. Los procesos que han ocurrido en el mundo en los últimos 20, 30 años nos demuestran lo contrario. Se puede ir para atrás, se puede meter reversa y no ir ya más en el sentido de la modernización, sino entrar en procesos reversibles, que no pensábamos que fuera posible. Yo diría que lo que está sucediendo en este momento con la democracia es comparable, similar a lo que ocurrió en el siglo XIX. Pero en el siglo XIX, y ese sería un mensaje de optimismo, las revoluciones, por ejemplo, del 48, mucha gente considera que son fracasadas, pero no fueron fracasadas en la medida en que hubo el ascenso del liberalismo en casi toda Europa, y por lo menos la mayoría de los países recibió una constitución limitada, derechos limitados, pero fue importante para el progreso hacia la modernización de la política. Entonces ahí tenemos un ejemplo de cómo el optimismo funciona. Lo que pasa es que ahora hay que preguntarse si hay señales que nos lleven en esa dirección, porque el triunfo de los liberales que trajo constituciones, aunque después esas constituciones se volvieron autoritarias o fueron ignoradas, creo que fue muy importante para el desarrollo de Europa. La otra cosa sorprendente es que haya dado la simultaneidad de estos movimientos. En 1848 no existía, desde luego, el Internet, no había teléfonos, no había esos medios de comunicación que hoy explican que haya prácticamente los acontecimientos puedan ser simultáneos en dos países diferentes. En cambio, en 1848 no se explica cómo es posible que la revolución haya empezado en Italia y luego se haya ido hasta Francia y se haya extendido en toda Europa prácticamente en unos cuantos meses. Entonces, tiene que haber un elemento en común que nos explique ese fenómeno. ¿Cuál elemento en común puede ser? Pues la globalización, la internacionalización. Hay muchas otras causas a las que se pueden aludir para explicar las revoluciones del 48. Y es cierto que Francia aporta un ejemplo de la inestabilidad de las experiencias democráticas. Una de las lecciones que podemos derivar de la experiencia de los últimos 20 años y que también se puede sumar al pasado es la experiencia del establecimiento, después del cambio, de regímenes mucho más estables, regímenes que incluso van a eliminar algunos de los cambios que intervinieron durante las revoluciones. Dice Sherry que la respuesta o la reacción antidemocrática debió de haberse previsto, dada la experiencia histórica. La experiencia histórica mostraba que había cambios revolucionarios y después había una reacción en contra de esos cambios. Pero yo creo que esa capacidad de mirar hacia adelante no se nos ha dado todavía a nadie. Todo el mundo seguía pensando en la idea del progreso del siglo XVIII y en la Ilustración, de que el progreso era unilineal y definitivo. Y una vez enganchados en esa línea de progreso, íbamos a seguir adelante sin ninguna dificultad. Pero lo que no se había previsto, dice ella, es la dificultad que supone tanto la creación como la consolidación de las instituciones democráticas. Y eso explicaría que se hayan venido abajo las experiencias democráticas, sobre todo después de la Guerra del 14. me parece que esto es cierto hasta cierto punto. Napoleón III es un gran fenómeno político porque es el primero, no es el primero, su tío lo hizo antes que él en una parte, asentar un poder antidemocrático sobre una base democrática. Y eso es algo que hemos visto ahora muy repetidamente. Ha pasado en Turquía, ha pasado no sé si en México todavía, yo creo que vamos en esa dirección. Y este fenómeno no tiene una explicación histórica local. Se explica por diferentes razones. Nuevamente volvemos al tema del contexto. ¿Qué factor del contexto nos puede ayudar a entender esta regresión que han sufrido todos estos países? Además, son regresiones. Todavía no sabemos cuánto va a durar esa regresión, no sabemos si esa regresión se va a consolidar como definitiva. En el caso de Napoleón III, por ejemplo, Napoleón III instala un régimen autoritario, pero al cabo de 3 o 4 años empieza a liberalizar el régimen y se vuelve un emperador modernizador importante que va liberando a los franceses de ciertas condiciones. Y es cierto, los franceses tienen una historia tumultuosa de ampliación de la participación y de la vida política, y una notable inestabilidad frente a monarquías como el Imperio Austrohúngaro, que se mantiene relativamente estable en muchos años. Y yo diría que la inestabilidad en los demás países se explica porque la democracia les es un régimen ajeno. En el caso de Italia, dura la experiencia democrática 2 años, yo creo, después de la Primera Guerra Mundial, cuando se establece la monarquía liberal y que Mussolini se aprovecha de ella. Sigue un periodo de inestabilidad de 2-3 años y el autoritarismo se consolida. En Alemania es una situación similar. Entonces, y en España también. Son regímenes, son situaciones en las que la participación va a ser contenida por las élites, por el temor a dónde los lleva esa participación. Y eso pasa en todos los periodos que señala Sherry. En 1914, 1919, tratan de contener la ola democratizadora, pero no se puede, porque intervienen otra serie de factores, como por ejemplo el ideológico. No tanto el nacionalismo, sino la idea de que los soldados en el campo de batalla defendieron los intereses del Estado y los intereses de la nación. Por lo tanto, tenían derecho a más derechos. Es cierto que es extremadamente difícil consolidar la democracia. Es cierto que es extremadamente difícil, como ella dice, que se pueda pensar en una democracia de largo plazo, porque la democracia es muy frágil. Lo que hemos visto ahora, en los últimos años, es la fragilidad de la democracia, que es algo que citas como la de Bush o como la de Francis Fukuyama ocultan. Cuando ellos dicen, ya ganamos, la democracia se va a generalizar, y es un fenómeno universal, están suponiendo que no va a haber vuelta atrás. Y lo que vimos fue exactamente lo contrario. En prácticamente todos estos países ha habido pasos hacia atrás, y lo más inquietante es que en las democracias consolidadas también hay pasos hacia atrás en la democracia. Hay amenazas autoritarias hoy en Alemania, en Francia, en Italia. Son países, bueno, en Turquía, en China, son países que finalmente son ajenos a la democracia. La democracia les ha sido ajena, no obstante que ellos han introducido todas las medidas que se esperaba que lo hicieran. No sé si deberíamos estar sorprendidos de nuestra incapacidad de ver el futuro oscuro de la democracia. Los agentes del autoritarismo, por ejemplo, en este momento los agentes del autoritarismo son los líderes políticos, y los líderes políticos en su gran mayoría que están actuando en este momento son autoritarios o se vuelven autoritarios, como el caso de Erdogan. Y lo que está desapareciendo, yo creo que lo que se está viniendo abajo, aunque Sherina parece estar muy de acuerdo, son las instituciones. Lo que vemos que tienen en común todas estas experiencias de cuestionamiento de la democracia es la debilidad de las instituciones democráticas y su susceptibilidad a la acción de líderes antidemocráticos. Y esto sí es también muy sorprendente, porque lo que creímos cuando nos enganchamos en la evolución hacia la democratización, pensamos que podía ser un camino para una transición pacífica, serena y sobre todo sin conflicto que involucrara enfrentamientos violentos. Y eso creo que fue muy importante, porque finalmente la introducción de la democracia en Europa en los años 30 sí conllevó experiencias de enfrentamientos físicos. En cambio, después de la guerra, y lo que es interesante y atractivo de la experiencia de la transición española es que demostró que podía haber una transición del autoritarismo a la democracia sin derramamiento de sangre. Eso yo creo que también lo hizo muy atractivo, lo hizo sobre todo atractivo a los países latinoamericanos. Yo creo, como dice Sherry, que las instituciones democráticas y los líderes democráticos se desconectaron de la población. Perdieron de vista que necesitaban tener una identificación con a las personas que estaban gobernando, y eso lo perdieron de vista. Entonces, me pregunto si es un problema ideológico, si no es un problema socioeconómico. Es cierto que las condiciones económicas han cambiado, que no son tan favorables como antes, pero no parece ser ese el origen del cuestionamiento de la democracia, sino que son otros factores los que hacen cuestionar la democracia. Uno de ellos, el más importante, yo creo que sí es de carácter cultural. No sé qué piense ella, pero creo que el cuestionamiento de carácter cultural juega un papel importante. Y hasta qué punto, yo me pregunto, muchos de los grupos disidentes y contestatarios ponen en tela de juicio, desde el punto de vista cultural, a la democracia, como la ven como una experiencia ajena. Por ejemplo, en Alemania, en lo que fue Alemania Oriental, lo que es ahora el electorado mayoritario de la extrema izquierda, de la extrema derecha alemana, ¿en qué medida ve la experiencia democrática como una experiencia ajena desde el punto de vista cultural? De la misma manera que la ven de esa manera en otros países. Y en eso habría una repetición con el pasado. Sin lugar a dudas, ha habido una erosión de las instituciones democráticas, pero también ha habido una erosión del prestigio de las instituciones democráticas, que yo creo que eso es lo más peligroso y lo más grave. Y ese desprestigio de las instituciones democráticas se explica, me parece a mí, tanto por las dificultades económicas que enfrentan estos países, como por la falta de respuesta a las demandas de la sociedad por parte de las instituciones y de las autoridades políticas. En muchos de estos países, la democratización sí consistió en que se aceptó que la democracia era el único juego válido en la ciudad. Y entonces volvemos a las ideas, a la propuesta de Harold Lipset, no, de Martin Lipset, que en los años 50 propuso que se analizara la relación entre el Estado, los ciudadanos y los ciudadanos, con una relación de input y output. Y entonces aparece la legitimidad democrática como una legitimidad indispensable, pero también aparece la legitimidad por gestión como una legitimidad que le parece que es importantísima en este momento para que las instituciones democráticas sean válidas y sean legítimas y aceptadas por la población. O sea, no nada más se trata de que haya una legitimidad democrática que derivan de las urnas, sino que también se trata de una legitimidad por gestión, por un trabajo administrativo satisfactorio, que entreguen a la sociedad, que satisfagan sus demandas. Y esa es la que está siendo más difícil de conseguir. Y yo creo que esa legitimidad por gestión está erosionando la legitimidad democrática y hay una disparidad entre ambas de tal suerte que puede ser que esta desconexión entre la legitimidad democrática y la legitimidad por gestión termine por devorar la legitimidad democrática, la fuerza y el valor de la legitimidad democrática, que esa es, yo creo, la que está más en peligro. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a la profesora Loesa por su comentario. Ahora vamos a abrir el espacio a preguntas y respuestas, pero no sé si primero la profesora Sherry Berman quisiera comentar algo o would like Sherry to comment on the response, or would you like to open questions to the audience? Did you?
Let me say one thing, because
Sure.
I very much, those were excellent questions. Oh, I have to take this out. I'm listening to myself in Spanish too. So let me just say one thing, although I obviously could respond to many things. Sort of on a meta level, you started off with this sort of question of, sort of optimism versus pessimism. And also, I much appreciate your bringing in history to kind of think about both of those things, since that's the way I think, so I appreciate it in particular. I would say that over the long term, right, when we look back at history, there is, in fact, many reasons for optimism. I think the kind of linear view of history is obviously incorrect with regards to many things, in particular with the development of democracy. But as you point out, during the 19th century and 20th century, even when we look at the European cases, even the failures, right, we can see in retrospect, helped build some of the, sort of infrastructure for democracy, right? There's a reason why, if we look at the history of democracy, countries are more likely to be successful on their, second, third, in the French case, maybe even fifth tries, right? Because you do build up some of the normative and institutional infrastructure, and you also learn lessons from your previous mistakes, sometimes not the least important of which is that, look, democracy is very fragile, and if we do not think very carefully now when we have another try at it about how to prevent that, then we may very likely fail. So I'm not a pessimist about democracy over the long term. I don't think that's the totally right lesson of history. I think, rather than being a Marxist or a modernization theorist who sees history like this, right, in a linear way, it sort of kind of goes a little bit like this. And, I think it's very important for us to kind of not be too overwhelmed by the pessimism of this moment, just like I think many people were so overwhelmed by the optimism at the end of the 20th and 21st century that they were blind to the fact that, fragility is sort of built into what democracy is. So I just wanted to thank you for that prompt in any case.
Thank you, Sherry. Entonces, ahora abrimos a preguntas del público. So, how would you like to proceed? Would you like to respond each question, or would you like us to group 3 questions?
Well, I guess it depends if there's that many. But let me, if I can do it one by one, it's easier. But
okay.
If we're close to the end of time, just do whatever.
So let's start with Bryn's question.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sherry. This is great, really insightful. I have two questions, one about each part of the argument. Okay, so on the first part of the argument, that we should have expected this. Many of these democracies were bound to fail. Every wave has an undertow, and there's a kind of inevitable regression to the mean that we should have seen coming. There's another perspective that actually it's surprising that more democracies haven't failed, given that so many of those third wave democratizers were born of these incredibly propitious circumstances, at the height of American hegemony and in the international environment, circumstances that have subsequently eroded. And at the same time, many of these countries that were democratizing lacked the kind of basic characteristics, the structural prerequisites, if you will, that we expect of stable democracies, right? So sort of your response to the alternative perspective, that it's really surprising that the world remains kind of considerably more democratic than it was in the 1990s, despite the decline of these circumstances. Okay, on the second part of the argument, I do some work in the behavior literature and on voting behavior, in that literature, as you probably know, there's this big debate about whether democracy is eroding from the top down or from the bottom up. Right? And so I want to take up your invitation to ask you to speak more on the supply versus demand side question. Right? There's a risk here, I think, that we say essentially citizens get the autocrats they deserve. And that may be because there are structural conditions around them that are shifting their attitudes in a way that supports the rise of non-democratic leaders who express the non-democratic preferences of citizens, right? But there's an alternative perspective there, too, that I think my read of is more supported, that aspiring autocrats and their backsliding parties act as political entrepreneurs and have kind of supplied the anti-democratic frames that voters have subsequently taken up, right? So it's not the case that parties and politicians have taken up citizen views that are antithetical to democracy and made them their party platform, right? But rather that citizens have shifted their views in ways that that are antithetical to democracy and conform with their vote or with their partisanship as such. Thanks.
Thanks, Bryn. Those are great questions. And in fact, on your first question, I'm completely with you, right? Which is that I think the undertow was totally predictable, right? Because again, waves have undertows, and not to overuse a kind of, whatever metaphor analogy. Yes, democracy is very hard, and so that there would be failures or an undertow predictable. From the perspective, perhaps, of getting back to Soledad's point, actually, this undertow has been much less of a undertow, I'm not sure, much greater, weaker of an undertow, what's the correct adjective there, than the previous ones. And so, in fact, although it's hard to be optimistic today, in fact, there are not only many more democracies than there were when the wave began, but again, many fewer that have fallen back into the autocratic category than in previous waves. So in that sense, right, and we're here in Mexico, right, for Latin America, there is absolutely, again, reasons for optimism if you take a kind of very broad, not only global, but historical perspective. So I'm with you on that. That is, in fact, empirically true. On your second question, this is obviously a very difficult question, and it's an important one for social scientists to think more about. There's simply no doubt. I'm not trying to suggest that, would-be authoritarians are irrelevant, right? That their actions are simply the icing on the cake, that they are doing no causal work in the undermining of democracy. But there seems to me, again, we're so focused on them that we haven't thought not so much enough about, but how to integrate their ability to do this with not just, I would say, these deep structural underpinnings of, consolidated democracies that the social scientists have thought about forever, but these contexts, right? So, and even if we do something very simple, but I think very helpful heuristically, right, is to take a counterfactual, right? Donald Trump tried to run for president before 2016. He was laughed at. Yeah. If he had managed somehow or another through some series of circumstances to come to power, get the Republican nomination in whatever 2012 or 2008, there's simply no way in my mind that I can, although I've been wrong in the past, so take that with a grain of salt, there's simply no way I could imagine him having the ability to transform the Republican Party and then do the kinds of things that he's done the same way he was able to do in 2024, right? I think that context matters. And it's not so much, I think, that Americans have become anti-democratic. I think the data on that, insofar as we have it, is really quite, people, I think, overestimate what those kinds of survey questions give us. But I think the sort of frustration, dissatisfaction, the kind of ability at this point for many American citizens to think that the other side, again, this is from, vast literature on polarization, is so bad that people have become much more susceptible to these kinds of, these kinds of anti-democratic moves than they would have been, 8 years ago, 12 years ago, 16 years ago. So all I'm saying is I think that we have to think more carefully as social scientists about how these kind of bottom-up and top-down things interact. The only point, again, I was trying to say is, to me, stepping back from this literature, for those who know it, the focus on the voluntaristic aspect of this is so out of joint for what social scientists or political scientists normally do, this structure, this focus on agents and voluntarism, that it's worth stepping back and thinking about whether or not we were just wrong before, or whether we've gone a little bit too far in this voluntarist direction and not thought enough about the conditions in which agents are able to be, sort of consequential, impactful, yada, yada, yada. But so thank you. Those are good clarifying points, I think.
¿Alguna otra pregunta aquí en el auditorio? Sí. ¿Usted quiere comentar algo? Le paso el micrófono.
Gracias. Creo que en esta ola de regresión de los cambios democratizadores, habría que tomar en cuenta darle más énfasis al tema de los agentes y en este caso del liderazgo. Por una serie de cambios tecnológicos, por lo que ustedes quieran, la atención de la opinión pública, la atención de las campañas, todo se ha centrado en el individuo, ya no tanto en los partidos, sino en los líderes. Y los líderes erosionan las instituciones con sus decisiones, pero también con sus posturas. Entonces, la pregunta que yo me hago es, ¿vamos a tener una reproducción de esos líderes en el futuro? Porque si la respuesta va a ser una democracia limitada, débil, frágil, quiere decir que las instituciones también son muy vulnerables y muy vulnerables a los liderazgos personales, que hemos visto que se están construyendo cada vez más fuertes y que están ganando más legitimidad que las instituciones. Entonces yo me pregunto si esto nos va a ayudar a tener un regreso o a salir adelante de esta época tan difícil.
So, would you like to respond, Sherry?
So again, I'm not actually sure that I disagree. I mean, I don't think that what's going on today is in some level inevitable. I mean, I do think that it is possible to reverse this kind of erosion. I think that one of the things that we've been doing now more as social scientists over the last years is kind of refocusing our attention, I think as at least one of the presentations pointed out yesterday, on the things that citizens, social movements, civil society more generally can do to kind of reverse this. I think that we're a little late in the game on this, which is to say I think there's been, again, in my own country, less in Western Europe, but significant problems there as well, less attention paid to the ways in which we can, try to push back against, whatever would-be authoritarians, fight this authoritarian playbook. One thing, however, I think that has proven to be kind of problematic is, trying to figure out ways to get oppositions to prioritize democracy and what that means in practice, right? I think everybody understands that would-be authoritarians have a much easier day of it if oppositions are divided. That's kind of a trite point, but an important one. And that if oppositions are not, laser focused on defending democracy before their other goals, that we have a real problem. But the problem is how to figure out how to get them to agree on a strategy for doing that. That has proven to be something that is not, is more easily said than done. But for sure, I mean, I think I think it's possible. I don't think, I don't sit at home and think, oh my goodness, we're just done for. But I think this has proven to be something that we should have, again, in an ideal world, would have thought more about before we were presented with the problem itself, so to speak.
Y, tenemos dos preguntas en línea. También una pregunta aquí. Ok. Entonces, primero vamos a atender las dos preguntas aquí en el auditorio. Yo creo que si recogemos las dos juntas.
I have a rather straightforward question about black sliding. The word is now being used in a variety of contexts, in various countries. What precisely does black sliding mean? That is it a kind of thing in which you identify seriatim one after another? Here is a backsliding, there is a black sliding. Or is the black sliding has a kind of a structure and a telos? Let me give the example about my own experience in Mexico. I don't know much about Mexico, but 2 years ago when I came here, and talking with the fellow faculty members and occasionally students, the example of black sliding that was given again and again is about how the current regime 2 years ago, AMLO, was systematically going about suspending what Rosenwald will call the counter-democratic institutions, various ways, but there were some 9 institutions they were identifying, and they were being progressively neutralized, unfunded, and so on. That's a particular type of black sliding. And this time, when I come, I was 15 minutes into a cab with Umberto, and he begins complaining about the turning the Supreme Court into a electoral decision-making, and how all the courts have been turned into electoral kind of thing. I think this is a different kind of backsliding, negative neutralization and a kind of a positive, I don't mean positive in valorized term, empowering a particular kind of electoral power, and of course, maybe in some way all preordained. But the point basically is, do we see a kind of a structure to backsliding and a telos? And all of you say, in a way, you yourself said, this time the undertow may be not that deep. And most of the backsliding, when we talk about, is clearly, with Rosenwald example, would be, this is a backsliding from a concept of liberal democracy. As you said, liberal democracy became a norm in 1950s or something like that. So even otherwise, my question would be, what if 20 years later, this is optimism on my part, some of these things have been reversed because of, I already hear about Orban, the poster child of blacksliding, is supposed to be in trouble. Let's say what happens after, if he does get defeated and things like that. Would 20 years later, if some of these things have been corrected or reversed, would you start using the word, instead of the fragility of democracy, the resilience of democracy? You see, the question about fragility and resilience, given this idea of waves, if you accept that whole paradigm, there seems to be, in some way, a democracy seems to be rather resilient, insofar as if you cannot identify a telos of its replacement or its transformation to a point where it becomes a parody of democracy. You won't say yet it has become a parody of democracy. It is clearly a reversion. So those are my questions about meditating on the idea of blacksliding, because everybody in my classrooms and things like that, undergraduates, graduate students, were very comfortable using a descriptive term, but it needs to get some kind of analytical, accounting.
So since we have just a few minutes, I think we should group together the questions.
Sure,
So I think there's a question at the back.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much for your interesting conference. I think one of the things that you have been mentioning is this idea that we should have noticed before, or we should have done something before, we should have realized that democracy is fragile. And just also in response to what Dr. Gonkar was saying, in Mexico, I think we have this opportunity, seeing what is happening in other countries and also realizing that there is an erosion of democracy in Mexico happening, even if it's different, very different than in other parts of this world, and maybe not so far right, but there is an erosion. And what can we do without sounding paranoid? Because I think also Professor Tomba was saying yesterday that he's been saying this for quite a while, and maybe the other peers were not so convinced that he was right. And I feel that way sometimes when we talk about militarization and other people don't think that it's happening. How can we analyze these things, make it so that it is heard and that we can do something about it now before it is actually worse? Thank you.
And we have to, so we have a question by Roxanne Uben.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is a great presentation and panel. Thank you so much, Sherry. And I really appreciate the reminder about how important history is, about the lessons of history. And I might add the burdens of history, the way it shapes perceptions of what matters and why to citizens. But I have to make a little bit of trouble about the paradigm that you use. The story you track is essentially about regimes and states and institutions. And terms like democracy and authoritarianism and populist authoritarianism, all those things, what remains strangely out of focus is actually what democracy is, what these objects are, and what these objects are beyond their institutions and procedures of delivery. So what the terms of evaluation become when politics becomes about, and this is not just your presentation, this is the tendency of political science, where politics often focuses or becomes about states and institutions and regimes. So the terms of evaluation are stability, fragility, success, failure, survival, collapse, consolidation, erosion. This is all about the state. And if people actually register, they register as voters. And I wonder if the inability to predict or even grasp these kinds of fragilities that you understandably think that we should have had more of a grasp on. What's predictable is the fact that it wasn't predicted by a discipline that uses categories in which all the politics that happens in all its richness and complexity about why people care about certain things, the experiences, the burdens of history, those are the things that might have enabled political scientists to do what they weren't able to do. They didn't predict the rise of Trump. They didn't predict the Arab Spring. They didn't predict the fall of the Soviet Union. The list goes on. And I know prediction shouldn't be a hard and fast thing. That's not what it's about. But even intuiting or having a sense of what is coming, that I think political science cares about, and rightly so, but has been so incapable of delivering. I wonder if it has something to do with the very categories and level of analysis that you also deployed in your presentation.
Great. Okay, how much time do I have? Like 2 minutes?
Like 2 minutes.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, that's fabulous. 2 minutes. All right, those are great questions to have to answer in 2 minutes. Okay, let me start with the sort of definitional one. So the easy way to answer that is, I mean, my charts are not up there, but the first graph I had, like for instance, had three main think tanks that track these things. So when they track things like democratic backsliding, they have a series of criteria that they use to judge to annoy Roxanne maybe a little bit, how democratic countries are, free speech, electoral rules, protection of civil society, does the opposition, sort of able to compete on fair playing grounds, a whole variety of things. So you can go and look at these things and they'll say, okay, look, this is how we judge whether a country is getting better or getting worse. Now, you may disagree with those criteria, but they have like a very extensive, so when they're talking about backsliding, they are talking about something based on very specific criteria that they believe, again, to annoy Roxanne maybe a little bit, can be empirically measured on some level. So that's what they're talking about. They're not talking about a kind of more telos, sort of broader, what is democracy, what should it be? They're really talking about the things that they believe go into making, a country democratic, and then they rate it on those things. So on that level, those kinds of graphs are based on some very, sort of straightforward, if not unproblematic, empirical criteria. Then let me get to Roxanne's question, because I think it's a hard one to answer, but there is a definitional part to it, right? When political scientists like myself talk about, sort of democracy and liberal democracy, we are trying to approximate some kind of, again, I'll annoy people in this room even more, objective, empirically based things. So when we talk about democracy, right, we are talking about those kinds of things. Measuring and analyzing, is there free space for civil society? Is there freedom of speech? Are electoral rules followed? Are oppositions free? But the liberal part of that is crucial as well. So for instance, if you look at those sort of think tanks, they have criteria for democracy, and then they also have criteria for liberalism. And that means, how well does this regime protect, again, the inalienable rights, so to speak, that we have in our Bill of Rights? So they're trying to come up with criteria that are as objective and comparable as possible. Is that perfect? Absolutely not. But that's what, folks like myself are talking about. Is that incomplete? I agree. There's other things going on. And in particular, I would say, questions about what citizens are seeing, believing is also critically important. But that's sort of an answer, however brief, to that sort of definitional question. Then there's this question about what is to be done. I would say I don't have a good answer to that. If I did, I probably wouldn't be sitting here. I would, be advising the Democratic Party, blah, blah, blah. But I would say, look, and this gets to Roxanne's second question. I think what we should be thinking about is this kind of tripartite level, right? Which is, look, if you really want to protect democracy, if you want it to be stable, well-functioning, deliver for citizens, you have to think about all these levels, right? And I think, that means, look, do we have societies that are characterized by high levels of inequality? Do we have societies with strong cross-cutting cleavages? Do we have a society with a sort of, whatever you want to think about it, balanced social structure? Do we have a society where we've thought carefully about the challenges of diversity? Do we have a society with a strong civil society, right? So those deep structural conditions, we have to think about those and figure out ways to improve them. On that second level, we have to think about ways about making our democratic establishment parties and political institutions more responsive to citizens. It just has to be done, right? And then lastly, we have to think about how to counter on a short-term basis these authoritarian moves. I think focusing on any one of those things is not going to give us the protection we want for democracy over the long term. And this gets, I think, to Roxanne's last question, which I think is a great one. I think, again, did we predict Donald Trump? Did we predict the Arab Spring? No. On some level, I don't know that that's what political science should be. I mean, I think it would be great if we had, but I think the tougher question and the things we should be responsible for is saying, okay, look, if you see a country that is characterized by growing inequalities, by fewer cross-cutting cleavages, by increasing diversity without careful thought about how to deal with that, with an economy that is now seen as creating generalized insecurity, not just for working class folks, but for middle class folks. If we have growing numbers of people who do not believe that government and establishment parties deliver, who have begun to see the other side as enemies rather than opponents, then we should, as political scientists, be able to say, wake up. I don't know when somebody like Trump is going to be elected, but you are in danger of precisely this kind of thing happening. And I think that's broadly the kind of thing, as social scientists, we might be responsible for, which is not making actual predictions about, this is going to happen, the Soviet Union is going to collapse in this date, and, but saying, look, based on what we know, we might think that this kind of outcome is possible, if not, definitive. And, so if you care about that, you should maybe start thinking about what that actually means.
And there's one last question for Professor Soledad Toesa. It's online. I will read it in Spanish. La pregunta dice, profesora, a la doctora Loesa, ¿por qué cree usted que el régimen democrático en México no pudo asentar su legitimidad? ¿Qué falló en el desempeño del Estado para satisfacer las demandas de sus ciudadanos?
Bueno, pues hay muchas explicaciones. Todo el cambio se apostó en la esfera electoral, pero hay varias instituciones que no ayudaron. No ayudó la permanencia del PRI, no ayudó el presidencialismo. Creo que el presidencialismo se ha convertido en un gran enemigo de la democracia en México, porque como hemos visto también en Estados Unidos es mucho más flexible y mucho más manipulable de lo que hubiéramos esperado. Y yo no sé si en Estados Unidos están conscientes del efecto que lo que está pasando en Estados Unidos tiene en nosotros. En búsqueda de soluciones o de problemas políticos, la experiencia americana siempre ha sido una referencia. No digo un modelo, sino una referencia en la que pensamos continuamente. Yo creo que el presidencialismo en este momento, como en los años anteriores, inmediatamente anteriores, ha sido un obstáculo al cambio, porque cada vez que el cambio avanza, interviene el presidente con algún tipo de decisión y lo frena. Y lo puede hacer con las leyes existentes. Yo no sé si en Estados Unidos es igual, pero sí da mucha inquietud, produce mucha inquietud el ver cómo el presidente Trump manipula las leyes y las tuerce, las interpreta de tal manera que todo lo lleva a la centralización del poder. Y el problema es que en América Latina eso puede llevar a una justificación de tendencias que ya existen y que se están consolidando, más que, además que hay un problema que no tenemos una oposición verdaderamente fuerte que sea capaz de frenar ese cambio.
Ok, pues con esto damos por terminada esta mesa. Muchas gracias a las profesoras Sherry Berman y Soledad Loesa por su participación. Tenemos ahora una pausa muy breve de unos 5 minutos y nos vemos en 5 minutos para la siguiente sesión del coloquio, que es la conferencia de la profesora Bryn Rosenfeld. Gracias.
Hola, buenos días. Vamos a retomar. This is not- Muchas gracias. Buenos días a todas y a todos. Gracias por estar aquí con nuestra segunda conferencia de la mañana. Voy a moderar esta sesión y voy a comenzar con la presentación de la conferencista y del comentarista, y luego explicaré un poco la dinámica que vamos a tener. Entonces, Bryn Rosenfeld es doctora en ciencia política por la Universidad de Princeton y es profesora asociada de gobierno en la Universidad Cornell. En la actualidad es coinvestigadora principal del Russian Election Study, un proyecto dedicado a estudiar las transformaciones de la opinión pública y el comportamiento electoral en Rusia. Su trabajo se centra en la política comparada, con énfasis en el comportamiento electoral de sistemas no democráticos, en la democratización y la política postcomunista. Es autora de The Autocratic Middle Class, y que fue un libro que fue galardonado con el Best Book Award de la American Political Science Association. Entonces, Bryn nos dará una conferencia de unos 30 minutos y luego tendremos las reacciones de Fernando Nieto, quien es doctor en Sociología por la Universidad de Groningen y profesor investigador del Colegio de México. Su trabajo se centra en la transformación y organización del sector público, la corrupción administrativa, las patologías y tramitología burocráticas, así como la profesionalización de la función pública. Ha formado parte de órganos como el INAI y el Instituto Nacional Electoral, y actualmente colabora con la Red por la Rendición de Cuentas y la Política Nacional de Datos Abiertos. Es autor de Sobre la Responsabilidad Pública, que se publicó este año, y de Profesionales del Gobierno, Ensayos sobre la importancia de una burocracia pública efectiva, que se publicó en 2023. Y Fernando pues nos compartirá sus reacciones en unos 15 minutos. Luego abriremos el debate para sus preguntas y comentarios. Entonces, Bryn, muchas gracias. Thank you very much for being here today with us, and you have the floor.
Wonderful. Thanks so much for the kind introduction. And thanks very much to Umberto for organizing us here at Colmex. I'm delighted to be here, and to Dilip also for the invitation. So I'm very pleased to have this chance to share with you some of my research with a fantastic graduate student of mine, Francis Caton. So I'll be talking about democratic backsliding and the politicization of public employment. So let me begin with 3 vignettes. When Viktor Orban took office in Hungary in 2010, his Fidesz party quickly passed a new law allowing for the immediate dismissal of all government civil servants without any explanation. At first, the new rule applied only to those working in the central state administration, but later it was extended to civil servants in the regional and local self-government. Although the courts eventually struck down the law, later reforms, including a 2013 amendment to the national security law that, among other things, increased surveillance of public servants and introduced loyalty into the measurement of performance, had very similar effects. Under Orban, Hungary has renationalized or otherwise increased state control over scores of companies across the energy, natural gas, and other utilities sectors, as well as telecommunications and banking. These nationalizations have brought within the purview of the state thousands of new patronage jobs. To take just one example, the National Oil Company, over which Fidesz moved to assert greater control shortly after coming to power, employed more than 28,000 people, or just under 1% of Hungary's total workforce. When Jarosław Kaczynski's Law and Justice Party, or PIS, won an outright majority in Poland's 2015 parliamentary election, they followed a very similar playbook. Just 1 month after the PIS came to power, it pushed through a legal amendment which changed the recruitment process and standards of the Polish civil servant, undermining existing requirements of open and competitive recruitment. It also removed all barriers to politically motivated dismissals. What followed predictably was a massive purge of the civil service, of local administration, and of publicly owned corporations, while simultaneously moving against the judiciary to prevent challenges to its dismissals from gaining traction in the courts. PIS installed its own loyalists into these new vacancies. Besides the civil service law that PIS passed in December 2015, the party used new personnel statutes to place its loyalists across state-controlled institutions. 37 new statutes in total yielded over 11,000 new vacancies, which PIS immediately filled with its own cadres. In addition, PIS quickly replaced the top executives of Poland's largest state companies, further extending the reach of its patronage. This was perhaps, as one observer remarked, the most thorough and at the same time least publicly visible and internationally recognized aspect of state capture by law and justice. In the United States, the Heritage Foundation, working with a Budapest-based think tank, funded by the Hungarian state, the Danube Institute, published in 2023 in a document called the Presidential Transition Project 2025, detailed plans to quickly capture control of the federal civil service. The document, which many of you may know, ran to nearly 1,000 pages, and it laid out how the next Republican administration should spend its first 180 days in office, with special emphasis on what Paul Dans, a former Trump administration official and director of Project 2025, described famously as flooding the zone with conservatives. Following Orban's playbook, the plan recommended gutting the civil service through rule changes that would permit mass firings and appointments made on an acting basis in order to circumvent Congress. The plan called for the president to revive a Trump-era policy known as Schedule F that made it easier to fire career federal employees. The plan aimed to simultaneously reclassify tens of thousands of the US's 2 million federal employees, and its critics alleged return the federal workforce to a 19th century spoil system with major turnover. Up to 50,000 federal workers could be let go, it was predicted, with a chilling effect on those who remain in their job. Of course, we now know this plan has become reality. On January 20th, 2025, President Trump issued the executive order restoring accountability to policy influencing positions within the federal workforce. This executive order reinstated previous executive order 13957 of October 2020, the executive order that had created Schedule F in the accepted service. Schedule F, which has now been renamed Schedule Career Service, converts more of the civil service into at-will employees who can be easily dismissed by the administration and replaced by people the administration deems more loyal to the president. The executive order also shifted the authority to reclassify employees directly to the White House. So it shifted responsibility from the Office of Personnel Management and the federal agencies themselves, and it ordered the dismantling of protections for the federal workforce and strengthening of merit system principles that were enacted in the final days of the Biden administration. By the end of this past summer, 200,000 US federal employees had left their jobs, another 100,000 layoffs for a total of 300,000 layoffs had been announced, and a second executive order, known as Schedule G, issued by the Trump administration in July, in turn significantly increased the number of potential political appointees in government service, and it broadened the president's power over senior appointments, wresting oversight from the OMB and the agencies themselves. So in the realm of comparative research, our investigations into the prime sites for democratic backsliding have more often focused on institutions like the media and on judicial autonomy than on the autonomy of public sector institutions. Although reorganization of the public sector and purges of public sector payrolls have not been a central area of scholarly attention within the study of democratic backsliding, activist groups opposing democratic erosion have recognized the bureaucracy as a central area of contention. So to give just one or two examples, soon after Law and Justice came to power in Poland, the Polish Committee for Defense of Democracy focused its effort on the judiciary, the state media, but also on the civil service. Urged by the grassroots of the Democratic Party within the Biden administration and in the US Congress, efforts to enhance protections for federal employees and to make it tougher for the new administration to bring back Schedule F began before Trump's 2024 election victory. So what I want to do today is to draw your attention to what I would call the illiberal political economy that supports backsliding regimes and their capture of key levers of political power. And I want to give particular attention to the timing and sequencing of these processes. Politicization of public employment makes it more likely that backsliding becomes endogenous, that is, that it becomes self-reinforcing. And this is the crux of my argument. One way that it does so is by generating electoral advantages for incumbents. It gives aspiring autocrats economic leverage to extract support and to hamper the power of opposition forces. But the other way that it does so is by raising the stakes of control over government. When the stakes of elections increase and winning allows an incumbent to capture or to maintain their capture of the bureaucracy, so too do the incentives to grab power. All right, so before going any farther, let me lay out some definitions and concepts. So some challenges to democracy occur from the outside, while others emerge endogenously, by which I mean from within the democratic regime themselves. My focus on this in this talk is on that last class of threats to democracy, those that emerge from within the regime, and specifically with how the politicization of public bureaucracies contributes to, as one well-known definition of democratic erosion has it, the subversion of democracy by democratically elected incumbents. So backsliding or incremental de-democratization represents incumbents' successful efforts to consolidate power, to marginalize opponents, and to free themselves of checks and balances. Meanwhile, politicization, as I use the term, refers to a lack of transparency in hiring and a lack of protection from politically motivated dismissals. That gives political actors discretion over jobs and also over other benefits that the public sector provides. So according to the scholars of public administration, Peters and Pierre, it is the substitution of political criteria for merit-based criteria in the selection, the retention, the promotion, rewards, and disciplining of members of the public service. So let's turn to the relationship between politicization and backsliding. As framed in the classic treatise on public administration by Woodrow Wilson in the late 19th century, a competent and politically neutral bureaucracy typically is achieved through legal constraints that insulate bureaucrats from political pressures, right? We could go all the way back to Weber for this idea. And it's essential for democratic governance. Following in this tradition, an extensive literature in comparative politics illustrates how bureaucratic quality affects party development and competition. While many studies consider how a neutral and competent public bureaucracy is built and how it contributes to consolidating democratic gains, scholars have paid less attention to how such bureaucracies are dismantled. Yet empirically, the politicization of public employment institutions is often a core component of this strategy, right, as those opening vignettes suggest, that authoritarian leaders use to win, expand, and keep power, and in the process, gut democracy. So we still have lots to learn about the timing and the tactics of public sector reform that encourage and advance democratic erosion. I'll try to bring some lessons to that question in this talk. To start, existing literature suggests several different approaches to the relationship between public sector politicization and backsliding with no clear consensus. On the one hand, we could think about political control over public employment as a consequence of democratic backsliding as part of an autocrat's toolkit. This view sees politicization primarily as a symptom. It's a worrisome symptom for sure, but work in this vein tends to say little about the independent effect of politicization on the quality of other democratic institutions or its downstream effects. On the other hand, public sector politicization may not only be a consequence of democratic backsliding, but also a risk factor, one that increases the likelihood that backsliding becomes endogenous. Such arguments predict that the politicization of public employment will increase the likelihood of subsequent democratic backsliding, and here's the important bit, because politicization removes those key obstacles to prospective efforts by incumbents to entrench themselves in the state. Because politicization ensures that a change in government also entails a change in politically dependent employment for public sector bureaucrats and officials, it increases the costs of losing and the payoffs of winning an election. Moreover, as anti-democratic forces intervene in the bureaucracy, reshaping the state, they risk sharpening ideological, policy-based divisions. Such polarization, in turn, also raises the stakes of elections with respect to policy, again, encouraging power grabs. So in short, the politicization of public employment can be a consequence of democratic erosion, part of the toolkit which illiberal incumbents use to lock in electoral advantage and implement their policy agenda, but it can be a risk factor as well. By raising the stakes of elections, undermining their competitiveness, and giving incumbent governments an unfair electoral advantage, politicization of public bureaucracies encourage incumbents to grab power and hold on to it. Finally, the close association between democratic backsliding and public sector politicization may be a function of some other, more fundamental factor, such as weak party competition. And we'll want to pay attention to that alternative because it suggests how we might want to address this problem as it arises. Okay, so to preview, the evidence I'll present suggests that reforms which undermine the neutrality of public bureaucracies and extend the state's reach can immediately follow, but also often precede democratic backsliding, suggesting that politicization is both a tool that helps aspiring autocrats make backsliding processes endogenous, as well as a factor that makes democracy vulnerable. Before I turn to the evidence on sequencing, let me lay out some mechanisms by which politicization of public employment may contribute to subsequent democratic decline. Okay, so first, politicization of public employment allows incumbents to gain a more durable partisan advantage by doling out patronage jobs to supporters and by withholding them from opponents. In other words, a politically dependent public sector generates the electoral support that helps make backsliding processes endogenous. So for example, Orban's expansion of Hungary's workfare policies created a large new base of politically dependent Fidesz voters. Employees in Orban's workfare program became a reserve army of voters whom partisan mayors could mobilize to achieve a particular political goal. Meanwhile, Orban's purges of the public sector created vacancies that were filled by Fidesz loyalists among the Christian national middle class. This was part of the party's grassroots that had brought Orban to power. And the presence of such loyalists in official positions and throughout the public sector has helped Fidesz maintain its power now over more than a decade and a half. Second, politicization of public bureaucracies furthers democratic erosion because it allows an aspiring autocrat to direct civil servants to conduct their business on a pay-to-play basis or to apply political loyalty tests as a precondition for citizens to access even basic government services. Beginning in 2010 in Hungary, further politicization of public employment allowed Fidesz to expand the range of non-programmatic strategies in the country's public employment, non-programmatic strategies that it could deploy. With social assistance benefits conditioned on participation in the country's public employment program, politicization allowed Fidesz to direct its intermediaries in local administration to exercise discretion over valuable economic and policy resources. Third point, Politicization of public bureaucracies gives incumbents power to press public employees not only into privately casting pro-incumbent votes, but into public displays of loyalty. It gives them the ability to recruit public employees for campaign-related work, from informing and mobilizing voters to falsifying the vote count. And fourth, incumbents may use their control over politicized ministries and over state enterprises to divert funds for political purposes. So studying Mexico's dominant party system under the PRI, Ken Green has written about how a politically pliant public sector helped the party mobilize voters and extract resources to win elections. All of these mechanisms are visible in these two prominent cases of democratic backsliding in Hungary and Poland, which have been a major focus of the growing literature on democratic erosion. And I would note, right, we're among the most successful examples of democratization in the region, right? So present a very interesting puzzle for comparative research. Okay, so you can see how public sector politicization and democratic erosion clearly go together in these plots. On the horizontal axis here, I've got years from 1990, just after the collapse of communism, until 2021. The solid black line shows VDEM, one of the initiatives that tracks democracy. And here they're tracking, this is a component, rigorous and impartial public administration. Whereas the red dot dash line shows the liberal democracy score. The vertical lines here reflect the entry of the backsliding parties, right, Fidesz in Hungary and Law and Justice, PIS, in Poland. And just at first glance, it appears that the two lines are moving together. It's hard to tell, but it does appear that in both Poland and Hungary, ratings of impartiality of the country's public administration began to decline before liberal democracy was eroded. If we look at the top plot in Hungary, around 2005, some subsequent recovery and then decline again. In Poland, around 2012, 2013. In Hungary, a significant and prolonged democratic decline is evident under Viktor Orban and his Fidesz-led government from its election in 2010. Fidesz has remained Hungary's ruling party with Orban as prime minister for 4 consecutive terms. And in Poland, we see a marked decline in liberal democracy in 2015 after Law and Justice won an absolute majority of seats in parliamentary elections. So in both countries, we find that replacement of public sector employees, politicization of their tenure and promotion, and growing centralization of the state administration were part of that playbook that accompanied democratic reversal. So let's pause for a minute and consider Hungary. In absolute terms, and as a share of total employment, jobs in public administration, in defense, and social security expanded sharply in the years after Fidesz took power, even as the trend, right, and the baseline here is important, what's happening in other places, the trend across OECD countries over that period was in the opposite direction. To put the size of this increase in comparative perspective, Hungary had, along with Turkey, the highest annual growth rate of government employment in the 28 OECD countries for which data are available in 2015. The trend has been especially marked, hang on to this fact, among senior government civil servants, testament to the growing political dependence of the top ranks of Hungary's civil service. Right? As an aside, right, Trump seems to be aiming for something similar in the creation of the Schedule G classification, which provides a new mechanism for at-will senior appointments that are controlled directly by the president, bypassing OPM, bypassing the federal agencies. The political dependence and vulnerability of Hungarian public servants are reflected in their high rates of turnover. So here are some indicative data from the OECD. You're going to have a look first at the plot on the left. After the election of Hungary's new Fidesz government in 2010, right, so that's the lighter bars, all positions changed systematically in the top 2 echelons of the civil service below advisors to the ministry's leadership. Such extensive turnover in the top ranks of civil servants after changes in government occurred only in 2 other places, in Turkey and in the Czech Republic, among the 35 countries for which the OECD reports data. Turkey under Erdogan, even Czechia under Babiš, are also cases of backsliding. By the time Fidesz was returned to power in 2015, all civil servants in the top 2 ranks were replaced. Similar data on turnover for Poland under Law and Justice are on the right. Whereas before Law and Justice took power, there was turnover only in advisors to the ministry's leadership and at the highest rank of civil servants. After peace came to power, turnover extended down to even the lower levels of middle management. Again, the comparison here is helpful. In 17 OECD countries, there is no turnover or very little turnover in any of the 4 levels of the civil service when a change in government occurs. Okay? So relative to the level of turnover in other OECD countries, the extent to which Law and Justice has doled out appointments to reward party loyalists is striking. Okay, so these data tell us something about how backsliding incumbents are using political control over appointments and help us see some distinctive patterns. But does a country's prior experience with politicization of the public sector heighten the risk of democratic reversal? Should it be one of these early warning signs that we, as political scientists, as broader constituencies interested in democratic stability, keep our eye on? Or is it primarily a symptom that emerges amid democratic decline? To investigate this question, we need longer time series, we need more cross-national variation. So I want to next turn to evidence from a global sample. The time period here again is 1990 to 2021, and the data are from VDEM, which provides time series cross-sectional measures of both rigorous and impartial public administration and a country's liberal democracy score. So turning to the results, and I promise there will be only one regression table in this presentation, and I won't dwell on it. These are from a series of Granger causality tests. If that helps situate you, if it doesn't, we will sally forth to the substantive significance of this. Right, we find that the inclusion of lagged values of a country's rigorous public administration score routinely increases our ability to account for variation in a country's liberal democracy score. In substantive terms, this means that lapses in a rigorous and impartial public administration routinely predict lower liberal democracy in the future. Meanwhile, politicization of the public sector is more tenuously predicted by prior year's liberal democracy score. Backsliding tends to produce growing politicization with time, but there's little evidence that all else equal, backsliding makes politicization more likely, at least on average, initially, if we look globally. An obvious potential confounder is strength of the party system. We do some follow-up tests controlling for party strength using the VDEM party institutionalization metric. Right? And the results, they're in the second and fourth rows of this table, are very similar. Okay, so what does it mean? Taken together, right, the evidence suggests that politicization of the public sector may eventually follow, but importantly also routinely precedes democratic backsliding. Overall, these findings suggest that across space and across time, patronage-based public sectors make democracy vulnerable and should be viewed as an early warning sign for potential democratic erosion. Political systems that concede significant spoils to the victor are generally more prone to democratic degradation, and not only because they also suffer from weakly institutionalized parties. This evidence aligns with accounts of what has been termed variously sultanism, patrimonialism, or more simply clientelism, all of which conclude that a politically dependent public sector is pernicious for democracy. Okay, next I want to talk about a dog that didn't bark. So the question is, can bureaucratic politicization increase without producing backsliding? Understanding these, we'll call them near misses, can help establish when and how politicization of state bureaucracy proves a threat to democracy. Through process tracing the Polish case, we find that while the first Law and Justice government sought greater political control over public administration during its first government, 2005 to 2007, its reforms were limited in uptake due to unpopular but politically necessary coalition partners, strong checks from the courts, a largely independent media. And in turn, those public administration reforms were reversible when Law and Justice exited power in 2007. By contrast, in 2015, when Law and Justice returned to power, it prioritized the politicization of certain elements of the state bureaucracy, in particular the courts and the state media, before others, like the civil service and state ministry. This approach proved more dangerous for Poland's democracy, and it was a danger that was magnified by Law and Justice's outright majority in the 2015 parliamentary election. Law and Justice governed for the second time in a less competitive environment in which it no longer had to rely on coalition partners. Okay, so in this final part of the talk, I want to draw lessons from closer study of this case in which politicization increased, but democratic backsliding did not follow. Law and Justice inherited an already politicized bureaucracy during its first government in 2005. Despite reforms that took place in the 1990s that were meant to ensure a politically neutral public sector, Law and Justice's immediate predecessor also used patronage jobs to their benefit. While an apolitical public sector was de jure law, this was not de facto practice. Formalizing that status quo, Law and Justice adopted a new Civil Service Act in 2006, which eliminated the head, office, and council of civil service and filled these institutions with cronies and co-partisans. Examination requirements to fill state positions were also relaxed, and loopholes were written so that acting managers hired into vacancies could assume their full-time roles without passing any examination or going through a competitive recruitment process. With the urging of its far-right coalition partners, Law and Justice also undertook a series of attacks on government ministries. These reforms met harsh public backlash. Targeting cultural institutions, Law and Justice passed a controversial schooling reform, which installed ex-military officers in the Ministry of Education alongside controversial curriculum changes. With over 968,000 education employees in the public sector, it's 94% of all education employees nationally, these reforms made Poland's educational apparatus dependent on the state. Hiring for positions within the education ministry became personalistic, with pipelines running from right-wing student organizations. This practice also occurred in the state treasury and in local governments. Pressures from Law and Justice's coalition partners also led to the resignation of Law and Justice appointed foreign minister amid rising tensions between the center-right and the Eurosceptic factions of the coalition. Like the party's attacks on public education, these reforms reflect how niche interests within the party's coalition pursued policies that lacked popular backing. Elsewhere, Law and Justice adopted new lustration laws that required individuals across a variety of professions to declare previous collaboration with communist authorities. Local-level peace candidates and their supporters staffed the Institute for National Remembrance, which verified each declaration. So partisans controlled this vetting process. Critics claim that the new law targeted political opponents. It sought to control historical narratives. But public backlash from members of the targeted professional groups was swift. And it's worth noting here the role of professions and professional organizations as a basis for resistance to backsliding efforts. The existence and efforts of unions often matter, as well as other forms of occupation-based associations. This is to Max's point yesterday about associations as essential for producing the conflict or the impetus to checks and balances that restrain the state from taking its regular, say, overbearing path, its leveling path. In this case, many of the law's provisions were ultimately overruled by the Constitutional Tribunal. Indeed, few of Law and Justice's public sector reforms outlasted the party's 2007 exit from power. The opposition party PO centered their 2007 campaign on reversing politicization of the civil service and public administration. Grassroots opposition was active, partly coalescing around critiques of Law and Justice's educational reforms, which ran afoul of the country's, recall, nearly 1 million public employees in the educational sector. The 2007 election had the highest turnout of any previous Polish parliamentary election since 1989. Note the importance of high turnout and voter mobilization here. Making good on their campaign promises, PO reversed many of the 2005 to 2007 reforms with the adoption of a new Civil Service Act in 2008. So why did these efforts fail to further PIS's attempted consolidation of power? Well, first, they were working with two fringe coalition partners who were politically necessary to sustain their coalition, and they were trapped into unpopular and also highly visible reforms. It was those reforms that went beyond existing norms of party patronage and advanced very specific ideological aims that garnered the most public ire. So I read this as a warning about the potential of highly visible and ideologically driven public sector reforms extracted by niche interests to backfire. Second, a free media environment facilitated public discourse and subsequent opposition. Law and Justice's coalition tried, but failed, to bring the National Broadcasting Council under presidential control. That effort was ruled unconstitutional by the Constitutional Tribunal. In this case, as in the case of the lustration laws, courts challenged public sector politicization before it could stick. To wit, note the role of judicial activism. So what lessons did PIS learn from its 2007 defeat, and how did these inform the success of public sector politicization after 2015? When the party returned to power with an outright majority in November 2015, it sequenced its public sector reforms differently. By mid-December, PIS had already launched an initiative to pack the courts, it censored independent media, and by April 2016, Law and Justice moved to restructure the public service broadcaster to be overseen by presidential and parliamentary appointees. It removed journalists critical of the party from the main public television station, and thus politicization in the second go-round began not in the ministries, but in the courts and in public media, removing crucial obstacles to the party's consolidation of power more effectively than had been done in 2005 through 2007. After securing politically pliant courts and media, and without the challenges that coalition rule posed, Law and Justice subsequently relaunched its more controversial reforms. In late December 2015, after the court and media reforms, PIS adopted a new Civil Service Act that limited the role of career public servants in hiring, that ended competitive hiring, and eliminated the public posting of upper-level civil service positions. Major public education reforms that mirrored what had happened in 2005 through 2007 started only after voters re-elected Law and Justice to a second consecutive term in 2020. So note here the advantages to a backslider of unified government and the importance of the reforms sequencing. Okay, so are some forms of politicization more dangerous for democracy than others, or is it just a matter of degree? And I'll move towards concluding. All right, further exploration of the Polish case suggests, first, that politicization of the public sector is more likely to advance backsliding in permissive environments when competition is low or aspiring autocrats win an outright or robust majority. By contrast, it's more likely to fail when the environment is less permissive, that is, when there's coalition government or greater electoral competition. Right? Just a small aside here. While Trump talks about the victory in 2024 as if it were a landslide, right, that delivered, sort of an overwhelming mandate, in fact, it was not, right? In fact, relative to the wave of elections that ousted parties of the left all over the world in the same year, Trump's margins were smaller than most. All right, end of aside. Popular backlash, both electoral and from organized interests, may in such circumstances contribute to democracy's resilience. All right, second, while public sector politicization may be a standard part of the executive aggrandizement toolkit, the sequencing of such reforms affects their efficacy. Undertaking unpopular public administration policies after co-opting the judiciary and state media allows aspiring autocrats to hedge against institutional backlash and better secure the longevity of their reforms. In short, political competition, strong guardrails in the courts and free media can hinder the success of efforts to politicize public administration and state industries. When backsliders first target employment in the judiciary and state media, that create this more permissive environment for further attacks and on the independence of career public servants and state ministries. All right, it's worth noting by way of conclusion some implications for governments that defeat backsliding parties, right? We've talked about Orban may be in trouble, right? A change of government in Poland, midterms upcoming, we can hope. A government that seeks to put democracy back on track must also reverse the illiberal political economy that supports backsliding regimes and their capture of key levers of state power. Addressing the fears of these dependent public employees whose support help to maintain backsliders' electoral advantage can help these new governments consolidate democratic gains. When Law and Justice lost Poland's 2023 presidential election, the opposition campaign promised to support pay raises for public employees, a move that was ratified in the opposition's coalition agreement. Upon entering government, the coalition emphasized pay raises for teachers, for civil servants, and for administrators in ministries like the Social Service Administration and the Agricultural Insurance Fund. Such policies serve to reassure public employees following backsliders' exit and reduce public support for aspiring autocrats' return to power. Finally, on a more cautious note, I think we have to recognize that there's good reason to think that public sector politicization is a particularly insidious risk factor for democratic erosion. From the voter's perspective, growth of the state apparatus, turnover favoring political loyalists, can be ambiguous signals of an incumbent's intentions. Actions that politicize public bureaucracies can be consistent with different things. They can be consistent with the behavior of a closet autocrat, or they can be consistent with the behavior of an ideological incumbent, right? Personnel changes can be political, they can be policy motivated, right? Or they can be both. And this kind of voter uncertainty, right, which a very good paper by Chiopras, Nalepa, and Vanberg notes, this kind of uncertainty about an incumbent's intentions makes democratic backsliding in this area more likely to occur. Okay, so altogether, public administration remains a crucial venue of democratic contestation, right? It deserves our attention alongside some of the other more well-studied prime sites of democratic backsliding. And then I think by way of sort of further agendas, discerning whether and how the public sector can be leveraged to insulate regimes from democratic threats is a vital task for all who are interested in improving democratic resilience. Thanks.
Muchas gracias por su presentación. Ahora voy a dar la palabra a Fernando. ¿Sí? Para sus reacciones en 15 minutos, por favor. Gracias.
Hi, great. Yes. Well, thank you very much for that presentation, Professor. I really enjoy reading your chapter. I'll try to comment on what I think are the main strengths and key contributions of your work and some of the theoretical insights that I think are worth repeating and stressing. And second, I will try to, based on that, comment based on the Latin American experience and what can we learn, I think, in terms of democratic backsliding and the relationship with the politicization of the public employment. Because, my first reaction as a Latin American public administration scholar when I hear that politicization, brings about bad things, it's like, yeah, So anyway, I think that you offer a nuanced and empirically grounded exploration of how democratic erosion is not only facilitated by the visible institutional subversion, but also by attacks, the incremental attacks and the insidious changes in state employment practices. And in doing so, I think your work adds light to the underexplored, yet central role, as you said, of bureaucracy in defending or undermining democratic norms. So I think one of the most interesting contributions of your work is that is the articulation of the dual role that public sector politicization plays for democratic backsliding. So I think it's quite convincing, the argument that politicization is both a consequence of backsliding, but also a mechanism through which it becomes entrenched and more difficult to defeat in the end. So you show that when civil servants are hired, fired, or promoted based on political loyalty rather than merit, this not only helps incumbents extend their influence, but also raises the stakes for losing power, right? Thereby incentivizing anti-democratic behavior. So elections cease to become fair contests, and they become instead high-stakes struggles for power over the state's patronage apparatus. I think especially illuminating is the use of the grandeur causality test to examine, that lapses in impartial public administration often precede deteriorations in liberal democracy scores, both in Central and Eastern Europe, but also across a broader global sample. So I think these findings help clarify in a causal puzzle that still remains speculative in the literature, though I should say that public administration scholars have been keen to warn for years already. But what I especially like, by the way, was how you treated the sequencing of reforms as a key factor. Because what you demonstrate is that successful backsliding strategies, such as Orban in Hungary or PIS in Poland after 2015, tend to first undermine the independence of courts and the media before turning their attention to public bureaucracy. So this is interesting because this sequencing creates a more permissive environment for what might be otherwise unpopular or contestable reforms, which, in turn allow for deeper and more lasting forms of administrative capture. So I think this insight provides a powerful framework for understanding why some politicization efforts succeed and others fail. And I think it's worth to look into the key pathways that you mentioned in your paper, which I think it speaks not only to the Polish and the Hungarian cases, but also more broadly to how different cases of democratic backsliding based on the capture of public administration might work. So the first one is the partisan patronage. So politicized hiring and firing enable governments to really build this base of loyalists, right, within the public sector, which reinforces their electoral advantage. So that will be one part of it. The second is how clientelism turns to capture public service delivery, because this allows leaders to condition access to public benefits and public services based on political loyalty. And in that way, they turn public employment, and not just public employment, public policies in reality, and actually public services, as a tool for coercive mobilization. The third would be the electoral mobilization. So civil servants and beneficiaries of public servants become sort of like captive voter bases for autocrats. And fourth, the diversion of public resources. So a more politicized bureaucracy facilitates the misuse of state resources for partisan gain. And I think, by the way, one of the cases that you mentioned in the chapter, and I think it's quite illustrative of all these mechanisms playing together, is Hungary's Pathway to Work program, which I think it really illustrates how these seemingly neutral public policies can somehow morph into instruments of political control, right? So what this case illustrates is that this program that was designed to for other purposes suddenly becomes this this mechanism for creating politically dependent labor force that can then be mobilized for electoral purposes. And more generally, this case sort of like highlights how administrative policies can become embedded tools for autocratic consolidation, right? Especially in contexts where local discretion is high and institutional safeguards are weak. So anyway, I really like your chapter. I think that you're making a really nice contribution here. But at the same time, I think there are some open questions that I would like to comment. The first one, which is the obvious one, is that although the argument is quite persuasive in the case of Eastern Europe, especially Hungary and Poland, I wonder to what extent we can generalize beyond these cases and really talk about these causal claims in other contexts. And I will talk a little bit more about this for thinking in the case of Latin America. The second one is that while the Granger causality tests, I do think that provide very interesting evidence of these temporal precedents that you are looking into. I don't think they really fully resolve the questions of endogeneity. For instance, it remains unclear to me whether politicization is always a trigger of backsliding or whether it sometimes reflects pre-existing weaknesses of the state. Right? So how can we disentangle the role of, I'm going to call it structural versus agency-based factors? And finally, and perhaps more significantly, I think the chapter leaves the normative dilemma of bureaucratic reform somewhat unexplored. In cases where politicization is reversed, like for example, Poland after 2007, so how can we ensure that these strategies, how can we ensure that reforms endure, right? So how can a new democratic government rebuild professional civil service without falling into the same traps of patronage and purge politics? And anyway, I think that the chapter is also interesting because it makes us think about the Latin American experience. And I think this one, the Latin American experience, also offers some valuable lessons that can somehow deepen and refine the paper's core arguments. So first, Latin American democracies have very long history of party-based patronage and clientelism. So for instance, countries like Argentina or Mexico, both at the central level of government and subnational governments have traditionally been sites of political loyalty building through public jobs or discretionary public service. But in this context, that's what I want to highlight, is that politicization is not a novel phenomenon. And it's not being introduced necessarily by backsliders, but it's a long-standing structural feature of the system that in many cases has coexisted with democratic institutions. So this raises the question, I think, of is politicization always corrosive, right? Or are there certain degrees of embedded clientelism that can be reconciled with some level of competitive democracy? The second thing I want to say is that the Latin American region has seen notable variation in terms of the resilience of public institutions during episodes of democratic backsliding. Brazil, for example, under Bolsonaro, saw substantial rhetorical and administrative pressure on public agencies. But there was afterwards institutional resistance, both from the courts, but also evidence of bureaucracy and civil society, which limited the extent of some of these liberal moves. On the other hand, Mexico, for example, under López Obrador, saw quite a strong re-centralization of power, the militarization of public functions, the creation of parallel bureaucratic structures, and the purge of the judiciary, right? So I think these contrasting cases suggest that the trajectory of politicization of public administration and its role in either accelerating or containing democratic backsliding really depends not only on executive intent, but also on the strength of and cohesion of institutional safeguards. And finally, I think Latin America provides examples where judicial and bureaucratic politicization occurred in parallel, actually reinforcing each other. For Venezuela's case, I think is particularly illustrative, right? So over 2 decades, the Chavista regime systematically captured both the civil service and the judiciary, ensuring that loyalists held all the strategic levels of state. And this convergence of administrative and legal control effectively closed off avenues of democratic contestation. So I think that based on your insights, we can also look at the case of Latin America, because this contributes to our understanding of how, how these these mechanisms of politicization might actually work or can be contested in the end. Something else that I wanted to say is that Latin America also contributes to our understanding of reform pathways, right? Because in some cases, democratic transitions actually included public sector reform as a central pillar. For instance, Chile. So Chile returned to democracy after Pinochet, saw major efforts to professionalize the public service. That is to build meritocratic recruitment systems, reduce political interference in policy delivery, and so on. So I think there is an opportunity here also to learn, what kind of strategies can be deployed and how post-backsliding governments might somehow rebuild bureaucratic integrity and public trust after democratic backsliding. Anyway, I think the chapter really makes a valuable contribution to the study of democratic backsliding by uncovering these mechanisms. I think in particular your chapter speaks to a broader imperative of how important it is to study democratic backsliding by foregrounding the governmental dimension of democratic the legitimacy. Because, as you said, much of the literature on democratic erosion has been concentrated on violations of electoral rules or attacks to the judiciary or media pluralism. And while I agree that these dimensions are essential, they capture only part of the picture, right? What your work highlights quite convincingly, I have to say, is that democracy also rests on how public authorities exercise between elections and how this day-to-day operation of bureaucracies, ministries, and service delivery mechanisms also affect the legitimacy of democratic regimes. So I think the implication is clear, right? I mean, defending democracy means more than just protecting ballots and courts. It also means defending the neutrality, professionalism, and integrity of bureaucracies. That translates political decisions into action. And it is at this intersection where political ambition meets administrative discretion that many of these, I would say the most consequential battles over democracy are now being fought. And I would just like to finish this last minute with two rather broad questions for you. Not that I think that, these can be theses by themselves, right? But just wanted to pose, because I would like to hear your opinion. The first one is that how can democratic governments effectively depoliticize public administration after a period of intense politicization, right? And how can they do this without replicating the same patterns of purges and partisan replacement that contributed in the first place to the politicization of the public administration, and thereby, to democratic backsliding? The second question is, to what extent can your model of this nexus between politicization and backsliding can be generalized to contexts where state capacity is already weak, or where bureaucracies have been historically politicized, like much of the global South to begin with? Because, your argument is, is built on very compelling evidence from Hungary and Poland, but in many democracies, especially in Latin America or Africa and many parts of Asia, patronage, clientelism, political appointments have been long-standing, actually embedded features of the administrative system, right? So in this context, does politicization still function as a trigger for backsliding, or does it act more like a background condition, right? So how do we distinguish between these normal or default levels of politicization and those that pose actual threats to democratic survival? But anyway, I really enjoyed your work, and thank you very much.
Ok, como no nos queda tanto tiempo, vamos a abrir a las preguntas de la audiencia. En línea también pueden escribir sus preguntas si quieren.
Thank you, Bryn, for a great presentation. I have two quick questions. One is, and this sort of follows on what Fernando ended with, although it's just asking the question in a slightly different way, which is, are there particular laws that one would favor to better insulate civil servants from politicization? Like, I would have actually thought that our laws in the US were pretty robust in that way, but they turned out not to be. So I wonder if there are cases that you found where, you know, if you were to design a law post this kind of thing, you know, how would you structure it to make it, if not resistant, at least force the would-be authoritarian to go through some kind of legislative process in order to change the way civil servants are, whatever, appointed. Although I do have to say, your talk made me think of Yes Minister and, you know, the dangers of over insulation, but that's another story. And then the second question, which is just a speculative one, is, does your research lead you to believe that in some ways federalism is therefore protective against would-be authoritarians, in the sense that, you know, you spoke about in Poland, you know, they could basically eviscerate the entire educational bureaucracy, you know, with one thing, whereas in a place like the US, as powerful as the federal government is, many of our daily public services are provided by state and local level governments as opposed to the federal one. And so maybe that provides some, you know, I don't know, hope for optimism, blah, 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 I don't know. Anyway, thank you.
Hi. Oh, hi. I wasn't sure. So thank you very much. I learned a lot from that presentation. I'm sure you get this all the time. What about this case? What about that case? But what about this case? I wonder if you had, in the lead up to Trump's election, there were a lot of historians of Germany who were talking about all the incredible parallels with the Weimar Republic. And one of the things that was so interesting is that, one of the first things that happened is in 1933 was a kind of purging of the civil service. It was I think called the Law for the Restoration of the Professional Civil Service. So there was, extensive dismissals, but there was also a pretty extensive co-optation. And so politicization in that, the lesson you could take is that politicization there didn't mean those kinds of things. It meant actually the active participation of civil servants in formulating the decrees and carrying out a lot of Nazi policies. And they did rely pretty extensively on the civil service and the most extreme example was the Wannsee Conference, when Nazi officials concerned that long-term civil servants, particularly those who weren't members of the Nazi party, wouldn't agree to and participate in the final solution, and they were overjoyed to find out that the civil servants were very happy to participate. So I was just wondering about if are there contrasting historical examples where co-optation is the form of politicization rather than the kind of dismissals. Is that at all helpful to think about?
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation. I know that you've been very cautious in circumscribing what you are defining as politicization, but perhaps as a provocation and moving beyond your definition and thinking more about sort of a current thinking of politicization, how are we to engage with what could possibly be a shifting policy or political paradigm, or even one in which there is no sort of epistemic consensus? I mean, I guess that my question is, in trying to avoid and insulate this idea of bureaucrats being insulated from, how do we give room to contending paradigms, which makes me think of the previous conference in which Professor Berman was talking about the detachment of political parties with citizens' preferences, right? When a policy paradigm is being contested or emerges, it can be seen as, a more politicized arena in which there used to be a consensus. So how do we reconcile those factors? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. So, entonces, I think you have like 10-15 minutes, so that's okay.
Okay, all right.
All
right, thanks very much. First to Fernando for a really terrific set of discussing comments. Thank you so much. Several things to respond first to Fernando on. I appreciate the emphasis that your comments brought to kind of the mechanisms, and I think, one thing in particular, right, and maybe this is an opportunity to clarify that goes beyond civil servants and public sector bureaucracies as the captive voter base is the other kinds of things that they can be conscripted into as well, right? So it's not just a captive voter base, but it's about gaining brokers, right, for netting, additional votes and for mobilizing elections and for falsifying vote counts, right? So I think here about, Trump's attacks already in Trump 1 on the Hatch Act, right? The law that prevents the civil service from being used in campaigning. Right? So this is a really, that strikes me as a really important mechanism. Fernando also brought up a bit of the broader study that we've done here that I didn't talk at much length about, and that was Hungary's workfare policy. So what I didn't say in the talk today is that, but Fernando made reference to, is that policy began under the preceding socialist administration. It was a policy that was adopted by the socialist government, not usually renowned for their kind of workfare policies, but under conditions of economic austerity, right, under pressure. But they basically created what was then co-opted by Fidesz as a reserve of electoral support. Okay, so that when governments that are not active actors in democratic backsliding, right, are not would-be authoritarians, right, create programs that extend the dimensions of dependency on the state. Those policies create sort of ready opportunities for politicization by subsequent leaders. So Fernando posed a really interesting question sort of in the middle of his comments and then around to it again about how governments that, how it is that governments that rout backsliding incumbents can avoid falling into the same patronage traps, right? And in fact, there was very broad criticism. I mean, my colleagues who are political scientists who study Poland, who are Polish, there was great, frustration, disillusionment with what happened after Law and Justice was routed from government. Despite some of the policies that I highlighted that I thought were good policies taken when they came to office. But there is this real temptation, right, to engage in the same, to use the existing politicization, use the existing mechanisms that have been created to pack the public bureaucracies with your loyalists and to engage in that sort of same high level of volatility, turnover, let those loyalists go, and then pack the bureaucracies with your own. An alternative strategy is to keep many of those folks, right? Much more common across OECD countries would be, a level of turnover in the most senior positions within ministries, but less turnover, right, at the lower levels of the bureaucracy. And so there's a trade-off, though, and this one is, this really sort of gets to the heart of why this is such a tough question. There's a downside to accepting the presence of loyalists of your opponent in the bureaucracies, particularly when they're many. It likely means that you will face some, and this is a charge that gets exaggerated, right, by would-be autocrats, but that provides some friction, right, or some obstacles to enacting your policy agenda. right? This gets blown out of proportion as sort of the opposition of the deep state, okay? But in keeping and reassuring some of those public employees, right, and shifting back to a legal infrastructure that emphasizes merit-based promotion, retention, recruitment, if you keep other party loyalists, you have to accept, that your ability to implement your policy agenda may be slower going. And in light of Sherry's talk, and I think I agree entirely that the thrust of like democracy has to deliver or it's subject, right, to reversals, right, makes this a very difficult trade-off, right? But I think it's something about like locating that the sort of the balance, the trade-off between those two pieces, the ability to move and deliver on the policies that your voters want in order to avoid the backlash that thrusts things back in a more authoritarian direction, while also maintaining, reassuring the bureaucracy of your intention not to simply repoliticize and rout other party loyalists. So how can we generalize or sort of distinguish between what is the normal level of politicization and those that pose a danger to democratic backsliding? I think when we think about the mechanisms that I've laid out here, right, there's something like a funnel of causality until like democracy is really endangered by politicization, right? So in the intermediate part of that funnel is we start to see things like those loyal public sector workers are being pressured to vote for the incumbent, right? Or those loyal public sector workers are being mobilized to do campaign-related work for the incumbent. Or those loyal public sector workers are being used to ensure that policy and public benefits are delivered on a pay-to-play basis, right? And I think when we move into those intermediate, we start to see those indicators, we're past an important point, but we know for certain that we're out of the realm of sort of like a normal level of politicization, and we're into sort of the danger of democratic backsliding, right? And that's a moment around which, the presence of public sector unions, right, and a mobilized civil society then becomes really, really very important. So Sherry asked whether there are particular laws that one would favor. So I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say that I think that there is some measure of protection despite what looks very bad in the American system right now that we should attend to. So the work of the outgoing Biden administration and through Congress to make it harder for Schedule F to come back, right? Sort of on the face of it, that failed. On the other hand, right, it's still subject to processes that are ongoing, and it's being challenged in the courts, right? The ability to nominate through alternative, like outside of the executive, or outside of the White House, outside of the president's power, that locating the power to make many appointments through the Office of Management Budget, through the agencies themselves, right? I think that those things provide some degree of protection, but I don't know that I have a good answer for another case where there have been very successful and protective civil that have prevented sort of the assault from happening in the first place, that's located in sort of the rules themselves. It seems like when someone wants to violate the rules, hence the emphasis on actors, that can be very decisive. And I think we agree that federalism is protective of would-be authoritarians, that there are benefits to decentralization, that unitary systems are much more subject to this sort of thing. Yeah, Roxanne, I think for me, co-optation is very much like a part of this story, right? That the active participation of civil servants and bureaucracies, right, in pursuing the policies of autocratic leaders is what all of the politicization, right, is aiming at. It's aiming at producing that kind of ideological alignment that reduces the friction to enacting your policy agenda, that makes, and I mean, I remember the sort of comparative evidence from, not my country of expertise, but the PRI in Mexico, of like the values and political attitudes of alignment of parts of the public sector, including teachers, with the party, that sort of, that were co-opted by the party in that sense, but that eased the ability of the party to use them as a vehicle for its agenda. Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I don't think that's clear. I was thinking that this is the case I was referring to. They didn't have to replace people. So I know that the story you're telling is absolutely that. I was just wondering if there was a counter story here that was interesting to think about, when in that case they didn't have to replace a lot of people at all to produce that kind of alignment, whereas you're talking about mass dismissals in order to produce and to replace and produce that alignment, and use those appointments as rewards. So I was just I'm sorry, I didn't make that very clear.
Yeah, I say that, and thanks for clarifying. Yeah, there are cases, and I mean, I think of autocratic cases that from the sort of former Soviet states. I think of where mass firings and mass dismissals, right, weren't necessary to produce that kind of ideological alignment. That in fact, there's a sort of the people who are going into government and who are dependent on the state once in government have a lot of alignment with the policies, priorities, and values of the country's leadership, right? And so I think that those types of, where there's ideological alignment between the public bureaucracies and an autocratic leader, the ability to implement policies that run afoul of democracy, right, are much greater.
Muchas gracias, Bryn. Muchas gracias a todas y todos por acompañarnos en esta segunda sesión. Vamos a cerrar aquí y no olviden que regresamos a las 3 de la tarde con la última conferencia del evento. Muchísimas gracias y hasta pronto.
Yeah. Thanks. So, thank you. Yeah, thanks for the comments. So, your work is in public administration? Yes. Yeah, I know that there's been a lot.
Lara, las narrativas robadas a la izquierda, las revoluciones de ultraderecha. Voy a presentar brevemente a la profesora María Pía Lara y a Jessica Vargas. María Pía Lara es doctora en filosofía por la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona y profesora distinguida de la Universidad Autónoma Metropolitana. Forma parte de los consejos editoriales de Thesis 11, Constellations y Signos Filosóficos. Además, es codirectora del Coloquio Philosophy and Social Sciences, celebrado por el Instituto de Filosofía en la Academia de Ciencias de la República Checa. Sus investigaciones se centran en feminismos, procesos de secularización, populismo, historia conceptual y teoría crítica. Entre sus publicaciones destacan Una estética para espectadores, Beyond the Public Sphere, The Disclosure of Politics y Moral Textures, Feminist Narratives in the Public Sphere. Jessica Vargas es doctora en filosofía por la Universidad de Binghamton y profesora investigadora del Centro de Estudios Internacionales en el Colegio de México. Su investigación se sitúa en la intersección entre la filosofía política y la filosofía de las emociones. Se ha centrado en explorar la dimensión emocional de la política democrática y agonística y en cómo las emociones pueden ser movilizadas y canalizadas para enfrentar las amenazas políticas actuales, como el ascenso de diversas formas de populismo, autoritarismo y liberalismo. Entonces, le cedo la palabra a la doctora María Pía Lara, a quien agradecemos mucho su presencia.
Ok, bueno, como dijo ahora Humberto, y al que agradezco que me haya invitado a este coloquio, y saludo a los amigos como a Max y otros colegas que me hubiera gustado escuchar, pero que pido una disculpa porque, como deben de saber, hasta hace muy poco estuve en el hospital muy grave. Bueno, el cambio de temporalidades, pasados, futuros y presentes pasados. La diferencia entre nuestras experiencias sobre el tiempo y la historia no son una novedad teórica de este momento. Por ejemplo, la modernidad era fuertemente futurista y tuvo que ver con las interpretaciones del tiempo como un indicador de un cambio acelerado de la experiencia histórica y de la intensificación de su elaboración en la conciencia. El historiador que mejor elaboró su conceptualización acerca de los cambios entre estas tres dimensiones, el pasado, el presente y el futuro, fue Reinhard Koselleck en su libro Futuros Pasado. En él explicaba que la modernidad tenía varias cualidades que la hacían un tiempo nuevo, no solo porque el pasado había dejado de ser el registro importante sobre las experiencias y lo que ellas nos enseñan. La historia antes había sido una maestra de la vida, Magister Vita, sino también porque la idea del futuro moderno estuvo concebida no solo por el arte y la valorización de lo nuevo, sino por la manera en la que el futuro hizo conexiones específicas con los conceptos de movimiento, como el republicanismo de Kant o el socialismo de Marx, en donde el sufijo ismo jugó un papel central para convertirse en una guía para la acción. Cito aquí a Koselleck. La experiencia fundamental del movimiento del cambio hacia un futuro abierto era compartida por todos. Solo reinaba la disputa respecto al ritmo y la dirección que había que seguir. Esta disputa, al principio, solo de los políticos con poder de decisión, se amplió como consecuencia de las subversiones sociales y finalmente exigió que cada uno tomase una decisión en virtud de la formación de partidos. En la antigüedad, el tiempo era pensado en una forma cíclica. Platón y Aristóteles hablaban de los distintos regímenes en los que se pasaba de la democracia a la tiranía y luego a la oligarquía y así sucesivamente. El tiempo moderno, en cambio, fue concebido en forma lineal y su trayectoria se pensó como evolucionista. Ello fue así porque vino acompañada por el surgimiento del concepto de progreso asociado con el éxito de la ciencia y la técnica. Y fue la irrupción de la religión cristiana como relato secular de la historia, lo que permitió valorarlo como la secularización de la llegada del Mesías. Ese es Carl Levy. El gran cambio vino con nuestra noción del tiempo de lo nuevo, en la cual se conceptualizó al futuro moderno, el cual aparecía ya vinculado con una serie de proyectos políticos de corte emancipativo que transformaron el panorama político de entonces. Ahora cito a mi colega y amiga querida Nora Rabotnikov. La formulación lingüística novedosa de los conceptos de movimiento estos conceptos del el ismo, conceptos temporalizados que incluían un mínimo de experiencias, pero un máximo de producción compensatoria de expectativas, socialismo, liberalismo, republicanismo, aparecían como proyecciones hacia un futuro que tenía que ser mejor. Hoy, el tema del tiempo y de sus cambios de la temporalidad ha vuelto a tener interés para los historiadores, los sociólogos y para los filósofos de la historia porque se perciben cambios en nuestras nociones temporales que son indicativos de lo que está ocurriendo en la política. En parte, porque como ha dicho Jan Werner Müller, los periodos de crisis provocan conciencia acerca de la importancia crucial del pasado para el presente. Como regla, las crisis son momentos en los que los vivos combaten por los corazones y las mentes y las almas de los muertos. Por otro lado, el historiador francés François Hartog, siguiendo a Koselleck en su trabajo sobre los futuros del pasado, ha avanzado su tesis sobre el presentismo para explicar el momento actual como una especie de ruptura con aquella modernidad enfocada al futuro. Hartog afirma que se han transformado nuestras nociones del pasado y del presente y, según él, el futuro ha prácticamente desaparecido. Ahora es una fuente de incertidumbre y de contingencias. Hartog ha sostenido que las palabras pasado, presente y futuro invariablemente poseen valores diferentes según lo que él ha llamado los regímenes de historicidad. Un régimen de historicidad es una categoría sin contenido, la cual elucida o puede elucidar nuestras experiencias sobre el tiempo y nada lo restringe a la experiencia o al mundo occidental, sino por el contrario, esta misma concepción se intenta para ser una herramienta para estudios comparativos. Lo más interesante en estas discusiones es que hemos empezado a detectar que otras culturas también poseen orientaciones sobre el tiempo y que estas distinciones son indicativas de lo que ocurre a gran escala con la vida colectiva y especialmente con la política. Por eso el historiador Chris Lorenz ha señalado: aún menos estudiosos han puesto atención en las maneras en las que la distinción de los tres modos temporales pueden analizarse como una forma de acción social conectada a actores específicos. Según Lorenz, por eso ha dejado de ser plausible la separación tajante entre historia y política, y por eso también hemos de prestar atención a lo que significa que el pasado haya logrado ocupar un lugar central, mientras que el futuro parece haberse evaporado. Las relaciones dinámicas con el tiempo nos remiten también a lo que ya había captado Michel Foucault acerca de los vínculos entre el poder y el conocimiento, ya que esta relación construye los regímenes de verdad. En cierta forma, la conexión entre los tiempos y la historia también está conectada con el poder y con sus construcciones del tiempo. Esto significa que nuestra temporalidad está atada a formas en las que las políticas construyen sus marcos de referencia y en donde se muestran nuestros espacios de las experiencias y los horizontes de expectativas. Son conceptos de Koselleck. Al diagnosticar el presente, que es lo que Foucault pensaba que debía ser la tarea del filósofo, habría que reconocer que no existe solo un presentismo para todos, sino varios de ellos según donde una esté situada. Para Hartog hay al menos dos visibles. Uno que funciona para los ganadores de la globalización y otro para aquellos que han sido expulsados de estos planes y que tampoco encuentran un lugar en el futuro para poder habitar. Su único universo es el de la precariedad. La mayoría de los que han sido privados de estos futuros son los migrantes. No los emigrantes ni los inmigrantes, sino los migrantes, pues ellas o ellos han sido encerrados en el infinito presente de la migración. Estos grupos, los migrantes de la precariedad, son claves para entender los problemas políticos de hoy día y por eso nos vamos a ocupar de ellos en la segunda parte de este trabajo. Por otro lado, Hartog ha desarrollado su teoría sobre la transición o la posible ruptura de la experiencia temporal entre el pasado y el presente, llamándola presentismo, para dar a entender con este concepto que es la forma en cómo una sociedad considera su vínculo esencial con el pasado, o lo que en un sentido más amplio sería la autoconciencia de la sociedad. Hartog también sigue aquí a Koselleck al señalar que el régimen moderno, que comenzó en 1800, convirtió al futuro en la forma de un telos en construcción en donde la historia nacional se convertía en una especie de misión ancestral. En el siglo XIX, cuando aparece la versión positivista, se veía a ese telos como la objetivación de los procesos históricos reales, y de ahí emergió la historia de las naciones y los relatos de sus grandes hazañas. Aún Marx concibió su telos con la descripción sobre el futuro como una sociedad sin clases y cuya misión especial pertenecía al proletariado. El progreso aparecía entonces como el motor histórico que empujaba todo hacia adelante. Los cambios de temporalidad de hoy dan cuenta del momento político que estamos viviendo, en donde hay una especial relación entre el pasado y el presente. Las expresiones que forman parte de las narrativas de la ultraderecha, por ejemplo, han coincidido con la desaparición del horizonte de la expectativa abierta, así como de los grandes proyectos de emancipación o sus posibles futuros mejores. En su lugar, apareció la expresión del fin de la historia que Fukuyama proclamaba como una especie de triunfo del liberalismo y como el enunciado del fin de las guerras ideológicas que habían poblado al siglo XX entre el socialismo y el liberalismo. Hace ya mucho tiempo que los relatos de grandeza vinculados a las naciones también habían desaparecido del mapa de interés histórico y se había comenzado a hablar, en cambio, del tema de la globalización. El capital financiero hizo uso de estos términos como lo transnacional, pero fueron las experiencias de la Unión Europea como entidad política y su fallida constitución transnacional lo que provocó una de las primeras guerras ideológicas contra ella, no solo porque no logró construirse como un verdadero proyecto político, sino porque abrió sus miras hacia la fantasía que ubicaba en el pasado nacional las mejores condiciones de grandeza y riqueza. Piénsese, por ejemplo, en el eslogan del Brexit, Take Back Control, que tanto éxito tuvo entre los migrantes del precariado en Inglaterra. Marine Le Pen también quisiera retomar el proyecto de la Francia imperial y acusaba a la Unión Europea por sus imposiciones políticas contra Francia, Francia para los franceses. Ahora Giorgia Meloni busca también un lugar para que en Italia reverdezcan los anhelos de grandeza que estaban detrás del fascismo de Mussolini. Por lo cual, los regímenes de historicidad, según Hartog, son realmente constructos. Este concepto nos sirve al menos para enmarcar algo con lo que podemos esbozar el gran cambio de temporalidades que estamos viviendo y que tiene que ver con la forma en la que el neoliberalismo quiere destruir al Estado, a los proyectos sociales, y es por ello que la explosión de la ola autoritaria ha optado por ver los beneficios que puede aportar el volver a pensar en el pasado como la fuente de cambio revolucionario. Pero también hay otras conexiones con el pasado, y de allí viene la recuperación histórica de los acontecimientos del siglo XX que fueron catastróficos, y por eso Chris Lorenz identifica a dos grupos distintos dentro de esta preocupación por el pasado. Aquellos que provienen no solo de las dos guerras mundiales, sino de la caída de los comunismos realmente existentes, de las guerras civiles impulsadas por militares como en Argentina, Brasil, Chile, y los genocidios como el de Ruanda, Serbia y tantos otros. Por otro lado, estas están las críticas decoloniales que han empezado a exigir una revisión de los pasados coloniales y que parece más bien un proceso imparable. Por esto, Dipesh Chakrabarty los ha llamado las heridas históricas, que él define como una mezcla de historia y memoria, y por lo tanto, su verdad no es verificable por los historiadores. Son estos procesos traumáticos los que han hecho crecer las políticas de la memoria, las conmemoraciones que instan a no olvidar el pasado y las formas en las que las ciudades y los lugares como los museos o monumentos se han vuelto lugares de conmemoración fúnebre. Se alude a estos hechos terroríficos con la construcción de monumentos, de museos de la memoria que buscan volverse recordatorios colectivos con sus fechas clave para estimular la conmemoración pública y para mantener viva la memoria o el nunca más. Aquí también hay un regreso al pasado, pero tiene otras características que hemos advertido con respecto al de los inmigrantes de la precariedad. En este contexto, para comprender el presente dilema catastrófico del pasado, puede ser útil proseguir con la noción de Chakrabarty de las heridas históricas. Las heridas históricas son el resultado de las injusticias históricas causadas por acciones de estados que no han sido reconocidas como tales. El tratamiento genocida de las primeras naciones por los estados coloniales en las antiguas colonias blancas representa un claro ejemplo histórico de esta categoría. Chris Lawrence alude a este tipo de heridas como no permanentes, pero sí dialógicas, en tanto que necesitan del reconocimiento por parte de los agentes perpetradores para poder ser trabajadas de manera colectiva con los grupos que fueron sus víctimas. Esta dimensión política siempre ha sido un tema que exige mucha cautela para los historiadores, entre otras cosas, porque cualquiera puede convertirse en víctima por acciones o por interpretaciones sobre dónde y quiénes son los portadores de estas heridas en el pasado y quiénes son los perpetradores. Pero también hay que decir que muchas de estas preocupaciones tienen que ver con el tema de la memoria y que ha tenido a veces puentes extraños entre ella y sus posibles encarnaciones con las historias nacionales. Es decir, es fácil o ha sido fácil acudir al victimismo para exigir que ese regreso al pasado nacional emerja de inspirar ciertos deseos de venganza o de revancha colectivos. El problema actual de Israel y su justificación sobre el antisemitismo para arrasar a Gaza es un buen ejemplo de ello. Por eso, Hartog ha examinado esos cambios temporales y su conclusión es que el pasado se ha convertido ahora en una relación mucho más fundamental con el presente y que éste se ha ido extendiendo hasta haber prácticamente borrado cualquier trazo del futuro. Se puede argumentar que las experiencias de los genocidios, de la catástrofe de la Shoah, de los fracasos de los socialismos, son todos materias sobre las cuales se alude a las experiencias del pasado que se han sedimentado entre varias generaciones y que generan llamados para no olvidar. De la misma forma, entre estos sedimentos se hallan conexiones específicas que son esenciales, como los espacios de experiencias que ya no permiten abrirse hacia ciertas expectativas que antes fueron fundamentales. Un ejemplo de ello fueron las guerras de liberación y el uso de conceptos como el de emancipación entre grupos y movimientos sociales. Así, aquel futuro que antes era la luz y transformaba los horizontes de expectativas en anticipaciones para los agentes, hoy ha dejado de jugar el papel central que antes tuvo. Por eso Hartog concluye, perdónenme la cita en inglés, pero es un poco amplia. This presentist present is by no means uniform or clear-cut, and it is experienced very differently depending on one's position in society. On the one hand, there is a time of flows and acceleration, and of a value and valorizing mobility, and on the other, what the sociologist Robert Castel calls the status of casual workers, in French, le précariat, whose present is languishing before their very eyes, who have no past except in a complicated way, especially in the case of immigrants, exiles, and migrants, and no real future either. The temporality of planned projects is denied to them. Today's presentism can thus be experienced as emancipation or enclosure, even greater speed or mobility, or living from hand to mouth in a stagnating present. Not to forget a further aspect of our present, that the future is perceived as a threat and not a promise. The future is a time of disasters, and ones we have, moreover, brought upon ourselves. La recuperación del pasado con las revoluciones de la ultraderecha. Siempre he pensado que las narrativas son importantes para comprender la realidad, aunque no creo que sustituyan al trabajo de las teorías. Ambas se complementan y en situaciones de conflictos y contestación suelen ser más eficaces para transmitir mensajes y captar problemas. Por eso son vehículos privilegiados para la construcción de imaginarios colectivos. Asimismo, las narrativas constituyen repertorios de acción que luego pueden convertirse en performances, ya que ellas infunden motivos y deseos para la visualización de la acción de ciertos actores y movimientos sociales. También pueden captar los contenidos de los reclamos colectivos con los que algunos de estos movimientos, antes o después, logran captar el espíritu de la época. Por eso, ciertas narrativas pueden llegar a convertirse en las voces importantes de algunos momentos históricos. Pensemos, por ejemplo, en cómo la obra de Rita Segato fue trasladada de lo teórico hacia una historia contada como performance por las activistas chilenas Las Tesis. Ellas pudieron construir la narrativa titulada Un violador en tu camino, expresando magistralmente el reacomodo del sentido de la violencia sexual masculina que permitió solo entonces el que las mujeres sintieran la liberación de la culpa subjetiva, la cual padecen siempre las víctimas de la violencia sexual. También la escritora Cristina Rivera Garza, la autora de El último verano de Liliana, que está publicado en inglés en Bloomsbury, confesó que una vez que presenció la performance de Las Tesis, pudo encontrar el sentido de lo que le ocurrió a su hermana y solo entonces pudo contar la historia del asesinato de ella por su novio. Esa historia ganó el premio Pulitzer en el 2024. Al igual que la historia, las narrativas también contemplan las estructuras de géneros literarios porque son herramientas que permiten expresar mejor el mensaje que se quiere transmitir. Se trata de lo que Hayden White llamó tropos, la metáfora, la metonimia, la sinedoquia y la ironía, que aparecían como las formas de construir la fuerza de los relatos históricos desde el siglo XIX. En el ámbito más amplio, que es el que yo quiero abarcar aquí, también se halla en las narrativas del ámbito político, que constituyen las tramas con ayuda de los géneros literarios como el romántico, el trágico, el cómico y el satírico. Con las experiencias narrativas no nos hallamos solo con productos estéticos o poéticos, también podemos encontrar en ellos formas que nos permiten reconectar con la realidad. A veces en el cine y la televisión, con las canciones progresistas como de Bob Dylan o aquellas de orden fascista que ha trabajado mi colega Nancy Love, por ejemplo, o en los mismos discursos de los políticos, en donde podemos hallar el alma estructurante de lo que se busca generar como el efecto para situarnos en la realidad. Este efecto no radica solo en la comprensión de ciertos problemas, sino en la manera como su traducción genera ecos afectivos que resuenan en nosotros. Es por ello que cierto tipo de narrativas nos permiten dar cuenta de lo que se juega en el mundo de los imaginarios, ya que ellas van construyendo una versión más general sobre lo que son los espacios de las experiencias de los actores que entran en el ámbito de la política y que de pronto encuentran coherencia con lo que les sucede internamente. Gracias a estas narrativas podemos advertir lo que se abre o se cierra en los horizontes de expectativas de los actores de una época determinada. Podríamos incluso hablar de repertorios narrativos y de sus vocabularios de contención. Ellos constituyen el espectro del tipo de proyecto que se desea implementar y lo que sostiene a las distintas visiones del mundo o de sus imaginarios sociales. Como he dicho antes, no todos los movimientos de contención son positivos o progresistas y por eso las narrativas que importan son las que sirven para construir justificaciones sobre los cambios sociales que se requieren en determinados momentos. Claro que no todo el contenido es racional y por eso vale la pena examinar con más detalle cómo se construyen sus efectos entre los afectos y sus dimensiones psicológicas. Aunque en esta conferencia no me ocuparé de los movimientos progresistas o no del todo, creo que lo más importante para mí son aquellas narrativas que alguna vez denominé como ilocucionarias porque contemplan proyectos de grandes transformaciones sociales y políticas. Su normatividad radica en que esos cambios residen en su capacidad de innovación, ya que pueden generar auténticas movilizaciones de muchos grupos sociales que comparten un proyecto común. Sus rasgos no solo poseen alguna textura de apertura futura, pues ellas abren además el espectro de las posibles perspectivas de cambio vinculadas con lo normativo como el material privilegiado de la imaginación. La direccionalidad de esos futuros va en contra de la dominación, del odio y de la exclusión de otros. Estos cambios futuros redefinen el mejoramiento de las relaciones sociales en formas antes insospechadas. La razón es que ellos capturan el horizonte de expectativas colectivo de lo que esos cambios suponen gracias a la aparición del ensanchamiento de la imaginación colectiva. En esta dimensión de lo imaginario, que otros llaman lo normativo, y que a mi juicio no aparece como un deber ser vacío, sino, como bien dice Rachel Yegi, se construye como una forma inmanente al pensar que otras formas de vida mejor son posibles y que cierto tipo de cambios permitirían hacer que eso fuera posible con la ayuda de la acción colectiva. Por eso las narrativas no se pueden separar nunca de las experiencias ni de la historia. En el caso de las narrativas progresistas, valdría la pena apuntar que los cambios imaginados suponen el mejoramiento de la vida colectiva con una amplitud de horizontes de entre los cuales ciertas expectativas pueden ser compartidas por muchos grupos sociales como un proyecto transversal político. El socialismo fue uno de estos proyectos inspiradores. Ello supone la apertura de nuevos repertorios de acción acerca de las posibles transformaciones políticas y sociales y desde donde se amplían los horizontes de sus expectativas. Precisamente porque son también performances, dichas narrativas amplían el espectro de los reclamos con la aparición de nuevos vocabularios y conceptos. Tal vez lo más importante es que dichas narrativas y locucionarias logran ensanchar las miras entre los distintos agentes o cómo ellos impulsan con la aparición imaginaria de hacia dónde es posible visualizar lo nuevo que puede valorarse como mejor, ya que supone cómo ciertos cambios radicales beneficiarían al conjunto de una comunidad política. Su orientación normativa solo supone que es posible hallar una mejor redefinición, aunque sea precaria o tentativa, de lo que sería imaginar una transformación colectiva reveladora. Un buen ejemplo de colonial que ha inspirado la imaginación colectiva ha sido el movimiento zapatista de 1994. Sus narrativas, muchas de ellas publicitadas periódicamente en los diarios y en los libros, y ya traducidos también hay un montón de material, emergió de varios grupos étnicos procedentes de Chiapas, cuyos reclamos más claros trataban de alertarnos y de emprender la decolonización del Estado mexicano ante los avances de la globalización financiera. Ellos llegaron a soñar con un nuevo tipo de organización social, con su comunidad, que pudiera caber en un mundo que no fuera el regido por el capitalismo y el colonialismo, sino por un tipo de orientación que pudiera captar lo que sería una reordenación de prioridades como la igualdad relacional con la tierra como un ser vivo, con la naturaleza como una identidad igual y compartida con otros, y como una sociedad no sometida al imperativo del consumo y de la competencia. Lo que ellos promovieron fue cómo poder imaginar un mundo mejor, postcomunitarista, postnacionalista y postliberal. Por el contrario, los movimientos contestatarios de la ultraderecha han tejido narrativas que son excluyentes, están llenas de odio hacia otros grupos sociales que no sean los hombres blancos, y con ellas se incita a la violencia y a la crueldad como parte de los proyectos de los cambios institucionales que se pretenden rehacer o, en el caso de Trump, destruir. Sus proyectos casi siempre son de corte nacionalista. Estos movimientos están imbuidos por la peor emoción antipolítica, el resentimiento. El resentimiento genera un efecto espejo que incita a la comparación con la suerte de otros y que produce una envidia negativa por lo que no se tiene, porque se supone que algo se le ha arrebatado que merecía tener el que lo experimenta. Se es hostil hacia lo que otros son o sobre lo que los otros quieren. Este resentimiento es sostenido por deseos de revanchismo y por eso supone una especie de regresión narcisista. Estoy utilizando el término psicoanalítico de regresión porque estos movimientos están vinculados con la idea de recuperar lo que se cree que se ha perdido y de romantizar así el deseado retorno al pasado. Estos grupos son los migrantes de la precariedad. Se trata de una metáfora, por supuesto, para describirlos, y son un grupo diferente de los inmigrantes y refugiados, como ya dije, que son los que se han convertido hoy en el blanco del odio construido en torno a ellos. Como dice Miguel Urbán, se trata de una operación de exclusión de la ciudadanía plena, cuya matriz es fundamentalmente económica y que busca fragilizar a un colectivo, el migrante, para contribuir así a fragmentar más aún a la población. Estas narrativas son más efectivas porque ellas capturan mejor lo complejo de las experiencias subjetivas que los actores experimentan, porque la precariedad los ha movido al no lugar, no place. Por eso, no pueden explicarse su situación de otra manera que no sea con el resentimiento. Cierto tipo de conceptos y de formas abstractas teóricas no pueden abordar estas dimensiones afectivas debido a la complejidad que supone una teoría sobre la desigualdad y los problemas estructurales provenientes del capitalismo, por ejemplo. Marx mismo nunca dejó toda su tarea a la teoría, dedicó mucho tiempo a la práctica en discusiones en la Primera Internacional y luego escribió con Engels el Manifiesto Comunista, que es un manifiesto acerca del futuro como proyecto político. Hoy, la raza, el género y lo étnico juegan también un papel con las clases sociales y pueden teorizarse mejor bajo el marco interseccional, como lo ha desarrollado la teoría de Patricia Hill Collins. Por eso, las dimensiones narrativas son en este caso complementarias de las teorías, aunque no las sustituyan. Lo peligroso es que ellas pueden distorsionar la realidad al apuntar hacia la construcción de la culpabilidad en los grupos de inmigrantes y de refugiados como los autores de su precarización. Lo que les sucede es la peor clase de precariedad, la de no poseer un lugar en este mundo. Por eso sus objetivos son los inmigrantes y los refugiados, ya que ellos representan la movilidad globalizada y son los que ya no pertenecen al lugar originario y por eso se les niega la oportunidad de permitirles vivir mejor, pues en sus países ya no pueden hacerlo. Estos grupos son económicamente los más débiles, ya que son políticamente los más frágiles. Culpabilizarlos anula cualquier intento de empatía. Se trata entonces de ver a este imaginario como el imaginario de la escasez. Las dimensiones narrativas permiten captar estas dimensiones oscuras y sutiles y ellas requieren de la utilización del género trágico para describir lo catastrófico de su situación actual. Aquí, otros son los actores que entran como sus portavoces y son los líderes de ciertos movimientos políticos los que saben bien cómo pueden elaborar una narrativa simplificando el paisaje. La acción demagógica funciona porque se promete la salvación en una forma fácil y casi inmediata. You Americans know very well about this. Expulsar a otros, enviarlos a Ruanda o Albania, a Guantánamo o peor aún a las cárceles de El Salvador. Acordémonos, por ejemplo, del discurso de inauguración de la primera etapa de Trump, cuando se refería a la carnicería de la globalización vivida por los Estados Unidos gracias a la invasión de mexicanos. Ambas cuestiones están mezcladas porque así el tema de los males del capitalismo aparece encarnado ahora por la aparición del pobre mexicano sin papeles, un blanco fácil y seguro. Trump también es el mejor ejemplo de estas narrativas que han sabido construir el tema del revanchismo con el que todo el mundo lo identifica. Como saben, ahora al Departamento de Justicia lo llaman The Department of Vengeance. Las experiencias de los migrantes de la precariedad se fortalece con este tipo de narrativa cuyos objetivos de acción nos recuerdan las palabras de Robert Paxton sobre el fascismo. Dice Paxton, "Fascism in power did carry out some changes profound enough to be called revolutionary. If we are willing to give that word a different meaning, it expanded the powers of the executive, party, and state in a bed of total control. Finally, it unleashed aggressive emotions." Instigados por el resentimiento, la migración de la precariedad encuentra finalmente visibilidad como movimientos sociales reactivos al capitalismo en las narrativas que Trump ha sabido convertir en reclamos. Estos grupos primero configuraron el objetivo de la radical transformación del Partido Republicano gracias a la entrada de los miembros del Tea Party y luego de varios grupos que configuraron la agenda política con los objetivos supremacistas. Al mismo tiempo, se llevaba a cabo la revolución conservadora con el nombramiento del mayor número de jueces, incluidos el del Tribunal Supremo por parte de Trump. Este proyecto fue el plan de Mitch McConnell, entre otros, para apoyar la presidencia de Trump primero y luego su reelección. La agenda era devolver el aborto al estatus del crimen, deshacer la acción afirmativa para apoyar políticas de contratos y becas a poblaciones de negros y latinos y desnaturalizar a colectivos como LGTBIQ+. El eslogan ultranacionalista de estos grupos reunificados mira hacia el pasado futuro y su lema es Make America Great Again. Es un pasado futuro. Las narrativas son la mejor forma de capturar el momento que se vive y la clase de pegamento social con el que se configuran ciertos movimientos sociales como tales. Por eso, no tengo ninguna duda acerca de la importancia de la utilización de ciertos lenguajes en estas narrativas y, como diría Charles Tilly, aún de la utilización de los verbos que amplifican el poder de captar los objetivos de otros con estas representaciones que ahora requieren de toda nuestra atención. Los nazis y otros grupos fascistas utilizaban ciertos verbos como el de limpiar a la nación para describir las acciones de expulsión de estos grupos que son descritos como el veneno y la suciedad o una clase de subhumanos. Mi ley va directamente al insulto. Pensábamos que eso había quedado en el pasado, pero Trump ha reutilizado estas expresiones contra los inmigrantes y hace muy poco también Víctor Orbán. Se trata de conseguir entonces construir la personificación de la crisis del capitalismo como la pérdida de la soberanía nacionalista o de lo que se suponía que era antes el motor de la riqueza industrial y que podía dar trabajo a muchos, aunque en realidad es el reclamo de la blanquitud. Lo que hay es un resentimiento hacia los logros precarios de las mujeres, de la creciente visibilidad en el norte global de otras razas y de los trans que tanto asustan a los hombres tradicionales blancos. La líder alemana Alice Weidel puede casarse con una filipina, tener hijos adoptados de otras razas y vivir en Suiza, pero lidera el partido Alternative für Deutschland, que no considera esos privilegios para otros y que por eso mismo ha logrado colocarse como una posibilidad antes imposible. Al buscar alternativas menos complejas que las explicaciones estructurales de la teoría, estas narrativas son eficientes porque nadie tiene que leer las explicaciones en los libros. El capitalismo encontró su mejor herramienta en la ideología neoliberal porque de esta manera ha convencido a poblaciones enteras que pueden exorcizar su estancamiento como migrantes de la precariedad si se convierten en empresarios de sí mismos y terminan trabajando en sus empresas como choferes de Uber, como repartidores de Amazon o rentando sus propiedades en Airbnb. En el presentismo de hoy no hay jefes, ni sindicatos, ni regulaciones del capital. Solo están los inmigrantes quitándoles sus oportunidades. En esta visión, los estados de bienestar han dejado de ser útiles, ya que sus capacidades protectoras cuestan a los ricos oligarcas como impuestos y por eso son ellos los que hoy apoyan abiertamente a Donald Trump. Los estados deben ejercer la austeridad en lo social y como eje puntal de la política de los bancos, las empresas financieras y las ayudas de los tecnoligarcas que han logrado reformular la tarea del Estado, antes imaginadas por Hobbes como un leviatán perfecto y que hoy se ha tornado en una especie de pulpo conocido como Kraken, que simboliza mejor el desorden de los oligarcas, según el texto de Bernard Harcourt. Estas narrativas describen a los políticos profesionales como incapaces de atajar los problemas actuales que más preocupan a la gente. Consideran por ello que las instituciones democráticas son ineficientes y no son confiables, pues han permitido muchos de los cambios que han terminado por marginarlos. Así, los actores de la ultraderecha y muchos de los partidos del centro y aún muchos de los partidos liberales se han alineado con algunas de las premisas de los proyectos políticos más radicales de la ultraderecha. Estos proyectos Desean combatir a la inmigración, desaparecer al Estado y cerrar sus fronteras para protegerse. El oportunismo de poder obtener los votos de estos grupos desempoderados es la señal más evidente de lo mucho que el mundo de la política ha cambiado. El ejemplo más reciente de esta metamorfosis está en Keir Starmer, otrora prometiendo más apoyos sociales y ahora rebajándolos al tiempo que recupera el objetivo central contra la inmigración. Lo que antes era considerado como impensable, ahora no solo se ha vuelto deseable, sino también posible. Uno de esos imposibles es ver de qué manera los líderes autoritarios comienzan a erosionar a los poderes democráticos, como los jueces de hoy que son atacados porque antes imponían límites constitucionales para acotar los abusos del poder del Ejecutivo y hoy son los enemigos de Netanyahu, de Orbán, de Trump y de Meloni. Hay otros jueces como Moro en Brasil, que ayudó a sacar a Lula del escenario político para que ganara Bolsonaro. Al mismo tiempo, el Estado se ha autosometido a un adelgazamiento estructural, el cual ha permitido que el crecimiento económico se concentre cada vez en más pocos. Las transformaciones en la riqueza vienen aparejadas por aquellos tecnoligarcas cuyos algoritmos han convertido a sus empresas en megacorporaciones y que junto con los bancos y las instituciones financieras hoy rigen el mundo. Hace tiempo que la obra de Gramsci ha dejado de ser utilizada solo por la izquierda. Gramsci es ahora el canon de la derecha, quienes han aprendido las reglas de la construcción de la contrahegemonía. Primero hay que construir una visión alternativa coherente. Lo que es el sentido común debe apuntar contra lo políticamente correcto y tiene que denunciarse como la cultura de la exclusión radical de la izquierda y de sus estrategias de cancelación que llaman woke, ya que son ellos los que incitan el desprecio racial hacia los hombres blancos jóvenes, estimulan la desorientación entre los géneros en los niños y la pérdida de los valores tradicionales provenientes de la familia patriarcal. El Estado es personificado como un representante de todos los manejos ocultos malignos, como el control de la libertad y los sucios manejos burocráticos que definen al Deep State. Estos movimientos llevan años construyendo su contrasentido común y extraen los contenidos de su resentimiento porque han perdido mucho con la globalización y la precariedad. Las personas que son ilegales y que han llegado para robarles todas sus prerrogativas ciudadanas tienen que desaparecer, aunque en realidad se las necesite, como ha insistido con cifras e investigaciones muy serias Heinz de Haas. Con la total manipulación de las reacciones de resentimiento de segundo orden, como señala Rachel Yegi, los objetivos de venganza se colocan como partes centrales de los proyectos políticos. La crueldad, la violencia y el deseo de expulsar a los otros son la materia prima de este tipo de construcción en los relatos. La cuestión es que mientras los relatos progresistas han abandonado los proyectos políticos de largo alcance y las miras al futuro, los actuales movimientos de la ultraderecha han logrado colocarse en su lugar con una narrativa que se expresa como una guerra cultural anti-woke, cuya justificación es recuperar la noción libertaria del individuo que ha sido extraída de los manuales del neoliberalismo radicalmente economicista. Lo más importante de estas narrativas ha sido su capacidad organizativa para reconstruir de forma gramsciana la contrahegemonía en la que se establece su visión de cómo ciertos grupos y sus espacios comunicativos personifican a los otros como castas políticas indeseables, en palabras de Javier Milei, quien robó esta expresión utilizada siempre por el partido español de Podemos para referirse a los oligarcas y ahora se utiliza con el objetivo de personificar a políticos y anteriores gobiernos y partidos como el de los peronistas en Argentina. Termino, ya, me falta un poquitito. Bueno, a modo de conclusión. Está claro que en la teoría nos hemos venido moviendo pensando que el futuro ya está aquí y los activistas como Greta Thunberg no dudan en dibujarnos la inmediatez de lo catastrófico que ya no nos espera, está aquí. Este es otro síntoma del presentismo. Lo extraordinario es que aún con estas catástrofes, ya no solo anunciadas, hemos comenzado a vislumbrar que las desgracias cotidianas que se expresan diariamente con el calentamiento global, en la desaparición de los glaciares, con el cambiante peso de la tierra, con la destrucción de todas las instituciones de la democracia, El tema del presentismo, que está sostenido por el capitalismo y por las políticas neoliberales, emerge como el único alternativa política. Por eso es que se resisten a enfrentar estos retos, ya que ellos suponen la desaparición misma del capitalismo y su ideología, el neoliberalismo. Hartog tiene razón. Estamos ante el futuro presente, un futuro que ya no es y que está simultáneamente en nuestras manos. ¿Qué hacer? Una parte de la respuesta tiene que ver con mirar aquellas propuestas de activismos que poseen relaciones con la naturaleza, con los animales y con la sociedad, en donde el ser humano no se posiciona como el centro de todo. No es solo transhumanizar, como lo indica de nuevo Hartog en su más reciente libro, es mirarnos en el reflejo de lo que es el dominio como forma de relación fundamental con los demás y con la naturaleza. Esta forma de relación ya lo habían advertido en su crítica feroz Adorno y Horkheimer en su dialéctica de la Ilustración. Dicen, lo que los hombres quieren aprender de la naturaleza es servirse de ella para dominarla por completo, a ella y a los hombres. Ninguna otra cosa cuenta. Quizá debemos empezar por ver lo que los activistas latinoamericanos han defendido, la integridad de las tierras en las que habitan y otra manera de relacionarnos con ella y con los seres vivos. Pero hay algo más central que todo y es la idea de la relacionalidad capitalista, como diría Stefan Lessenich. Nosotros necesitamos tener un concepto relacional que termine por permitirnos vislumbrar lo que significa la externalización con conexión con otros cuyos destinos están irremisiblemente conectados con nosotros, según Stefan Lessenich. La infinita riqueza de unos pocos está conectada irremisiblemente con la miseria de muchos. Lo que se describe como el capitalismo moderno y globalizado que opera sobre la base de un acuerdo de externalización planteado igualmente a lo grande, concretamente de los inmensos costes de aquel mismo valor añadido. Esos costes se externalizan en amplia medida, pues cuando se genera un enorme bienestar, también surge por todas partes eso que con las palabras del escritor y crítico social británico John Ruskin podríamos llamar la precariedad. Es importante que empiecen a ver que el norte y el sur están ligados por esta relacionalidad capitalista. Precisamente por eso no podemos circunscribirnos solo a estrategias de resistencia que no logran jamás articular cambios y proyectos políticos de amplio espectro, lo que supone la transformación radical de todas las instituciones, incluyendo al Estado y también las posibles resistencias del capitalismo financiero y transnacional. Como hemos visto, a lo largo de este ensayo, lo que más conviene al presentismo son los usos de los desastres porque reivindican la vuelta atrás hacia un pasado ficticio. Yo, en cambio, asumo la conclusión de Chakrabarty. Desirable constructions of the past are primarily responsible to the present and to the future. They are meant neither for the archivist nor for the archaeologist. They try to expand human options by reconfiguring the past and transcending through creative improvisations. The past shapes the present and the future, but the present and the future also shape the past. The choice is not cognitive, but moral and political. Thank you. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a la doctora Malapía Lara por su conferencia. Ahora le cedo la palabra a la profesora Jessica Vargas, que nos va a hacer el comentario.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Bueno, gracias a la profesora María Pía, muchas gracias Humberto por invitarme a comentar en el evento que organizaste. Comienzo. Bueno, muchas gracias, profesora María Pía, por su presentación y por el diagnóstico de nuestro tiempo que en ella hace. Este es un diagnóstico que llama nuestra atención sobre esta inversión que de alguna manera estamos viendo y viviendo y que consiste en que sea la derecha la que de alguna manera sea ahora revolucionaria o contestataria. Su análisis viene a enfatizar, creo, cómo nos encontramos en un momento en el que ha sido la derecha fundamentalmente la que ha sabido interpretar el auténtico malestar creado por el neoliberalismo y las transformaciones económicas y sociales que dieron lugar a una creciente precarización y con ello al surgimiento de esas poblaciones que constituyen lo que usted denomina los migrantes de la precariedad. Dicho de otra manera, la derecha ha sido la que ha sabido interpretar mejor ese sentimiento de destitución, de no lugar. Como lo señala la profesora Lara, es la derecha la que tiene ahora una narrativa y la que ofrece una visión alternativa coherente. Es solo que se trata de una narrativa que ofrece un regreso a un pasado futuro. Es decir, el futuro visto como retorno a un pasado, por demás idealizado y ficticio, pero que sirve en todo caso como refugio frente al actual estado de desorientación. Pero además de ser una narrativa que ha sabido interpretar exitosamente, a juzgar por los resultados, la actual desorientación, se trata también de una narrativa que ha sabido muy exitosamente movilizar emociones. La profesora Lara ha destacado el rol del resentimiento, caracterizado por un revanchismo e incluso odio, que ha estado dirigido hacia quienes son el blanco más fácil o más débil. Otros análisis, como por ejemplo el de Eva y Luz, ha puesto el foco sobre otras emociones también, como el miedo asociado a una lógica supervivencialista de estar en un estado de permanente amenaza, o el asco, que como ella señala es la emoción privilegiada por los racistas porque supone este miedo a la mezcla o a la pérdida de pureza. En todo caso, la movilización de las emociones que estamos presenciando ha sido fundamentalmente antipolítica, negadora del otro, que es presentado como enemigo o como amenaza existencial. Y la narrativa ha buscado además que estas emociones se normalicen, es decir, que sean ellas las que pueblen el espacio político con sus manifestaciones, como hoy lo estamos viendo a diario. Confieso que ante las nuevas heridas y traumas generados por este giro autoritario, venido fundamentalmente de la derecha, caracterizado por su ejercicio violento hacia todos aquellos que considera otros, me preocupa el peligro de un resentimiento de vuelta. Es decir, me preocupa la profundidad de la fractura que se esté generando y cómo ante esta profunda polarización y división sea necesario algún tipo de acción restaurativa. En línea con esto, me surgen preguntas también acerca de la necesidad de accountability o asignación de responsabilidades. Ya no de los o las líderes que claramente son responsables de movilizar estas pasiones, sino de las poblaciones que constituyen su sostén, esos migrantes de la precariedad que no solo se vieron atraídos, sino que se han convertido en actores y a quienes no se les puede negar agencia. Sobre estos puntos me gustaría un poco escuchar sus comentarios y sus opiniones. Ahora bien, las palabras de la profesora Lara han hecho especial énfasis en la fuerza de las narrativas, en la necesidad de estas, en su rol complementario y distintivo de la teoría, y en particular en cómo nuestro tiempo necesita de lo que ella ha llamado narrativas ilocucionarias, aquellas que ensanchan el horizonte de expectativas, aquellas que nos ayudan a imaginar nuevos futuros posibles y nuevas formas de relacionarnos. La verdadera tragedia, en sus palabras, consiste en esta incapacidad hasta el momento de la izquierda de proponer una contranarrativa, de ofrecer un imaginario alternativo en este mundo de creciente precarización, en el que el futuro se ve y se vive fundamentalmente como una amenaza. Y de aquí surge una pregunta sobre la que también me gustaría conocer su opinión. ¿Cómo entender esta incapacidad de la izquierda para generar una contranarrativa? ¿A qué atribuirla? ¿Cómo explicarla? Cuando me hago esta pregunta, mi primera inclinación es a pensar que todavía no salimos de la perplejidad. Es decir, de alguna manera todavía no salimos del asombro de que suceda hoy lo que creíamos que era parte del pasado. Estamos perplejos, perplejas ante este desaprendizaje del pasado. Pero ¿qué más puede explicar esta inacción o esta incapacidad actual de respuesta de la izquierda? Al leerla, escucharla, me pregunto si lo asocia a su diagnóstico más profundo del nihilismo de nuestro tiempo, en donde, como plantea, solo queda el valor del consumo y un concepto deteriorado de libertad. Por otro lado, al pensar en los nuevos autoritarismos, creo que es necesario reconocer que allí donde ha habido algún intento de interpretar ese sentimiento de destitución y de no lugar desde la izquierda, o de lo que se presentaba como izquierda, lo que se ha generado es un gran desencanto. Viniendo de Venezuela, para mí es obligatorio hacer referencia a esta herida, al hecho de que feroces fuerzas antidemocráticas y autoritarias, estas también son sus palabras, no solo vienen de esa derecha que hoy representan Trump, Orbán, Meloni, Le Pen, sino que también pueden tener rostro de izquierda. Esto me hace recordar las palabras de Arendt cuando decían sobre la revolución, y aquí la cito, que la humanidad no tendrá ahora ni siquiera el consuelo de que la violencia a la que debe llamar crimen es únicamente atributo de los hombres perversos, lo que podemos quizás adaptar a nuestro contexto para decir que no tendremos ni siquiera el consuelo de que esta violencia a la que debe llamar crimen proviene solo de la derecha. Dicho esto, coincido con la profesora Lara en que las fuerzas prevalecientes en este momento son de derecha y que el reto de una izquierda emancipadora es la de ofrecer una visión alternativa de futuro que sea capaz de movilizar imaginaciones y afectos para galvanizar la acción colectiva y ensanchar en ese proceso el repertorio de la acción. No se trata solo de resistir, sino de proponer. Se trata, en otras palabras, de abandonar la actitud reactiva que ha prevalecido frente a una derecha que ha mostrado una gran capacidad de organización y de acción. Entiendo que el reto que supone articular esta nueva narrativa o visión es mayúsculo, porque requerirá abordar fenómenos como la crisis climática y el cambio tecnológico, dos desafíos de connotaciones existenciales que juegan un rol central en que el futuro se experimente hoy como catastrófico. Esto es, como un horizonte que no podemos tomar como cierto o por descontado ante las perspectivas de destrucción del planeta, y por otro lado como un horizonte en el que no sabemos qué lugar ocuparemos en tanto que humanos, frente al desplazamiento que en muchos campos prometen las tecnologías que hemos creado. El futuro se nos presenta hoy con una incertidumbre que se torna intolerable. Y aquí me resuenan de nuevo las palabras de Arendt, cuando señalaba en Hombres en tiempos de oscuridad que, y la cito, que el mundo se vuelve inhumano, inhóspito para las necesidades humanas, que son las necesidades de seres mortales, cuando es violentamente arrancado a un movimiento en el que ya no hay ningún tipo de permanencia. Cierro. Puesto en estos términos, la necesidad de articular una visión de futuro a la luz de los retos presentes no es otra que la necesidad de humanizar el mundo, hacerlo un lugar habitable, pero articulando una respuesta a estos retos, no simplemente negándolos o dándoles la espalda, como en el caso del negacionismo climático. Los seres humanos no podemos vivir en la total incertidumbre, y es esto quizás lo que la derecha ha sabido interpretar bien, al ofrecer no una verdadera orientación al futuro, porque no la tiene, sino un retorno al pasado, un pasado futuro que hace manejable o tolerable la incertidumbre. Como lo señala la profesora Lara, articular esta nueva visión parece requerir nada menos que el que seamos capaces de pensar una nueva forma de relacionarnos con la naturaleza. Requerirá también que incorpore de alguna manera los profundos cambios que las nuevas tecnologías están teniendo en nuestra condición humana, desde cómo pensamos, cómo nos relacionamos, cómo nos informamos y cómo trabajamos, entre otras. En pocas palabras, la tarea pendiente de la izquierda no es otra sino la de articular una visión de un futuro al que queramos ir, una imagen de un mundo que ya no nos dé miedo y que nos convoque a la acción. Al pensar en esta tarea de reanimación o de redemocratización de nuestra vida política, me queda claro que se trata de una tarea de largo aliento, que va a requerir de resiliencia y perseverancia, de muchas energías, así como de un aprender a vivir y participar en contextos abiertamente conflictivos. Precisamente porque, como lo señalaba ayer el profesor Tomba, los autoritarismos parecen no estar de paso, sino haber venido a quedarse, y debemos dejar de pensarlos como la excepción o la anomalía. Frente a este panorama, las palabras de Arendt, también en el prólogo de los orígenes del totalitarismo, parecen tener tanta vigencia hoy como entonces, y la cito. Son vanos todos los esfuerzos por escapar al horror del presente, penetrando en la nostalgia de un pasado todavía intacto o en el olvido de un futuro mejor. Cierra la cita. La derecha ha incurrido en el primero de estos errores. La izquierda, por su parte, debe evitar caer en un optimismo ingenuo, que es también una forma de escapismo, tanto como mantenerse en el presentismo y en el catastrofismo paralizante. De allí la importancia de la emergencia de nuevas narrativas que ensanchen, como usted decía, nuestro horizonte de expectativas. de modo que el futuro deje de experimentarse como abismo y podamos imaginarlo habitable. Gracias.
Muchas gracias a la profesora Jessica Vargas por el comentario de la conferencia de la doctora María Pía Lara. Tenemos ahora unos minutos para preguntas y respuestas, pero primero quería preguntarte, María Pía, ¿quisieras responder a Jessica antes de que
Rápidamente,
abramos?
porque quiero oír las preguntas de todos los demás. Sí. Primero, muchas gracias por esa lectura totalmente apegada a lo que yo quería presentar aquí. Creo que lo que me interesa es que la manera en que que ella lo captó muy bien, en que cierto tipo de narrativas logra alentar, estimular la agencia de estas personas que antes no habían encontrado formas de relacionarse con su tiempo. La pena es que se relacionan con esta visión de odio, ¿no? Yo creo que uno de los problemas centrales, digamos, de lo que pasó en este último siglo tiene que ver también, o los últimos años o de décadas, con haber pensado lo que pensaba Aren, ¿eh? Yo estoy en contra de ella en este sentido, de pensar que la verdad no cuenta en la política, la verdad cuenta en la política, cuenta en la ciencia, cuenta en todo. Y si no, díganme qué está pasando en Estados Unidos, donde ahora todo da cáncer y digamos, el Departamento de Justicia puede ser el Departamento de Venganza, etcétera, etcétera. Creo que las sociedades no deben de renunciar a una idea de verdad, y esta idea de verdad no es solamente epistémica, es una verdad que tiene que ver con el conocimiento con mayor amplitud, pero que sí importa saber si uno dice, esto está lleno, vino aquí 3 millones de gentes o vino 2 personas, ¿no? Vinieron 2 personas. O sea, que esa es una parte. La otra, claro que Jessica la captó muy bien, la incapacidad de la izquierda. La incapacidad de la izquierda me preocupa a mí más allá de lo que yo pude decir aquí, porque yo creo, he leído un montón de libros que son bastante afines a mi opinión, que en parte la gente, por ejemplo, como cierto tipo de gente anarquista, etcétera, quería construir sus organizaciones y su forma de vida de espaldas a la política, a la democracia, a las instituciones, y ese vacío vino a llenarlo la derecha, que estaban muy bien organizados, que han sido, como les dije, han ido construyendo este discurso a lo largo del tiempo de todo lo que según ellos han sido despojados, ¿no? Creo que el problema también de la izquierda a la que ella se refiere, y en particular a Venezuela, a Cuba, menos a Cuba por otro problema, pero sí, en todo caso vienen las preguntas, es el problema que también la Venezuela de Chávez era presentista, es decir, tenía un excesivo amor por el pasado de las revoluciones pasadas. Y yo creo que querer copiar a esas revoluciones ya de por sí te está diciendo que esa es una forma, primero, porque ahí sí tenemos experiencia. Una de las cosas que decía Koselleck en la primera parte del trabajo que les leí, es que el problema, digamos, de los conceptos de movimiento podía ser bueno o malo. Puede ser bueno porque uno quiere sustituir todo lo que es la experiencia por deseos, por objetivos antes no vividos, etcétera. Y eso le lleva a uno a tratar de romper límites, etcétera. Pero al mismo tiempo, algunos de estos movimientos, digamos la Revolución Francesa, para ponerles un ejemplo, al no tener tampoco ningún ejemplo de experiencia sobre revoluciones como la que ellos intentaban hacer, puede fácilmente caer en una regresión, ¿no? Y eso es exactamente lo que Koselleck quería decir. Puede ser muy positivo porque va hacia adelante, pero también si uno no toma en consideración la experiencia, y yo creo que las experiencias del siglo XX, de las revoluciones fallidas, de los comunismos realmente existentes, no se pueden olvidar. Entonces, cualquier cosa que sea un proyecto socialista de ahora tendría que venir, digamos, dibujado por otras formas de concebir el tema. Lo último que quiero decir, yo no quiero, digamos, decir que porque ahora estamos en el presentismo soy nostálgica, como han criticado a veces a harto, sobre cómo era antes el mundo con un futuro gigante. Yo creo que la tarea de la política es construir futuros. Y ese es ahí donde no se pueden separar la historia y la política. Por eso yo me llevo también con Humberto, porque siempre hemos tenido una afinidad muy grande en este sentido. Y yo quería decir algo más con ejemplos concretos que me parecen interesantes de narrativas y de quiénes pueden y de quiénes no. Como muchos de ustedes sabrán, porque vienen muchos de Estados Unidos, Zoran Mandami ha sido una especie de extraordinario ejemplo de alguien que dijo, pues yo lo que quiero es que Nueva York sea para los neoyorquinos y que no se puede hacer esto, se puede hacer esto, ¿no? Y que uno compara el discurso de él y compara el discurso de Andrew Cuomo, que quiere el orden y la policía y meter a los, ¿sí? ¿Me entienden? Y la verdad, lo que tiene miedo en este momento toda la derecha, el Trump, ni se diga, los liberales en Estados Unidos, es de que Mandami ha sabido construir un discurso que a la gente le hace este eco de traducción, de reubicación en una parte en la que ellos pueden ser agentes, pero en el sentido positivo, Nueva York para todos, ¿no? Ese es, bueno, un ejemplo. Luego vean ustedes, vean el ejemplo de Jeremy Corbyn cuando quería ser candidato. Yo veía que su programa era maravilloso, pero no lo supo traducir. Importa mucho cómo uno lo presenta frente al mundo, ¿no? Entonces yo pienso que sí es cierto que hay gente que está tratando de hacer cosas, aún la gente como Corbyn, bueno, pero perdió y miren lo que pasó, viene Boris Johnson y destrozó todo. Entonces los proyectos de la derecha, digamos, y en este caso en particular la de Trump, que es la que estamos viendo más cerca nosotros aquí en México, es como tiene un partido. Todo eso es muy importante, ¿eh? Tiene un partido, tiene un movimiento social detrás y ahora el Estado diseñado y ya con eso podemos, digamos, plantearnos la situación del autoritarismo muy cercano a lo que Robert Paxton decía que puede ser, ¿no? Entonces, yo lo que creo es entonces que la situación de las narrativas aquí es esencial, saber traducir formas en las que podamos nosotros relacionarnos con los demás, que proyecten innovaciones y Mandami es mi mejor ejemplo de que se puede hacer algo así. No sé si va a ganar o no, pero por lo menos les ha dado un susto a estos desgraciados. Gracias.
Si quieres, abrimos a las preguntas del público. ¿Te parece?
Sí, claro, claro.
¿Alguien, quién quisiera hacer una pregunta? ¿Alguien más? ¿Te parece si agrupamos o quieres responder una por una?
Lo que ustedes prefieran con el tiempo.
Yo creo que sería mejor si agrupamos de 3 en 3.
Muy bien.
Entonces podemos empezar con Dilip, Roberto Breña y Emilio.
Max.
Yeah, I have a question for both.
Yes.
I have a question for both of you. You know, in terms of, I agree about the power and centrality of narrative and the general claim that's being made that left is bereft of narrative, they're not coming out with a counter narrative. So if you want to rehearse in the context of US only, United States, and you think about the big mega movement from the founding of the Tea Party around 2008 to his second election, if you think about the right narrative, there is not one grand narrative. There's hundreds and hundreds of narratives, right? About, you know, stop the steal, you know, I mean, that's one major narrative, but conspiracy theory, replacement theory, there are various incidents, and also after the 2020 election, you know, the more prudent thing after trying out in a couple of cases, you know, in taking the election fraud case to a couple of courts, having lost about 10 times, you'll stop. But their logistical strategy was to go on 50 times. You know, keep doing it. It is a narrative as well as a kind of a logistical strategy that they used. Then the question basically arises about when we think about the left, whether left is either there are a lot of narratives already in play, like Ezra Klein's kind of abundance kind of a narrative he's trying to propose, whether that works or not. Either there are several narratives operating, or is it the case that left is somewhat obsessed with a grand narrative. That they want to give one narrative that which is, you know, catches everything, the whole moment. So I'm not really, I mean, you know, left has always been a creature of rationality. You know, I mean, in a very different sense of the word, I mean, it's always, left ideologies are far more elaborated code, as opposed to right ideologies have always been so-called restricted code, you know, with, you know, packed, condensed kind of thing. So the question basically whether linguistic habits of the left, you know, discursive genre practices of the left, not today only, but historically have been so structured, and their, you know, also their kind of a susceptibility to grand narrative makes them somewhat unprepared for the present moment, where there's, because of the new media, new modes of attention, abundance, you know, and all of those kind of things. So it might be, one might need much more a kind of a psycho-rhetorical analysis of the kind of impediments, self-imposed impediments of the left, rather than lack of ideas or something like that.
Sí, claro. Hola.
Sí, no te acuerdas de mí, pero coincidimos hace ya muchos años varias veces en el Instituto de Filosóficas de la UNAM, cuando yo ya estaba como becario, tú ya eras profesora. Bueno, son tres cositas muy breves y muy puntuales sobre tu presentación. La primera es sobre el título, porque tú le diste muchísima importancia en la primera parte de tu exposición a la cuestión de la historicidad. Y sin embargo, fíjate cómo se titula tu texto: Las narrativas robadas a la izquierda, las revoluciones de ultraderecha, cuando, como tú misma lo dijiste, las primeras veían hacia el futuro y las segundas tratan de recuperar el pasado. Entonces, en ese aspecto que es tan importante en tu ponencia, me saltó a mí el título de tu ponencia. Ese es el primer punto. El segundo, y son nada más tres, y muy breves, El segundo punto tiene que ver con algo que yo veo con relativa frecuencia cuando se habla de los movimientos de derecha o de ultraderecha, que es hacer generalizaciones con base, en buena medida, no completamente, María Pía, en buena medida con base en los casos europeos y el caso de Trump, ¿no? Cuando yo escucho términos como combatir la inmigración de la manera en que se combate tanto en Estados Unidos como en Europa, destruir el Estado, terminar con el Estado de Derecho, hablar de los tecnoligarcas, varias de las cuestiones que dijiste tú, que mencionaste tú sobre los hombres blancos, no tengo ningún problema y me resuenan perfectamente y ampliamente si tengo en mente los movimientos de derecha de Estados Unidos, de Trump y de Europa. Pero no te voy a decir que me hagan ruido, pero me resuenan mucho menos si estamos hablando de América Latina. Y no basta, por cierto, con sacar a colación a Milei y a Bukele, porque desde mi punto de vista, visto lo visto desde ahorita, en el 2025, esos dos señores a mí me parecen, tú y a lo mejor Humberto y Jessica pueden diferir, siguen siendo outliers, ambos.
¿Siguen siendo qué?
Outliers. Son casos que se disparan. O sea, Bukele y Milei se disparan. Para mí en el discurso, y no solamente en el discurso y en la práctica, son casos que se disparan. Entonces, claro, hablar de América Latina, que estamos hablando cerca de 20 países, con el Caribe cerca de 30, y con base en dos casos específicos, yo sería más cuidadoso. Y la última, María Pía, es la cuestión de la derecha y la contrahegemonía. Y te voy a decir por qué. Porque cuando Gramsci hablaba de contrahegemonía, ¿qué presuponía? Es evidente, presuponía la hegemonía. Y parte central de esa hegemonía, por supuesto que era intelectual, cultural, ideológica, todo lo que quieras, pero la columna vertebral, si me apuras, era el capitalismo, o sea, era la economía. Y eso se ha mantenido, no te voy a decir que incólume, con todas las variaciones que quieras, pero no solamente es que esté vivito y coleando, es que está súper vivito y coleando. Entonces, a mí recurrir a Gramsci con el discurso de la contrahegemonía, ese sí que me hace mucho ruido.
Pues
son esas tres cositas nada más.
Hay que regalarte los libros. Sí. Muy bien.
Buenas tardes, doctora.
Hola.
Mire, mi pregunta va en el sentido de Para analizar el discurso, los fines y la dinámica política de la actualidad, sí resulta vigente hablar en términos de izquierda y de derecha, justamente porque, como lo vimos en su ponencia, pues se traslapan. A veces se piden prestados los discursos, ¿no? Y lo vemos con, no solo su discurso, sino en los hechos. Lo vemos con Trump y con los chinos, ¿no? Es increíble cómo Trump defiende los aranceles y los chinos defienden el libre mercado, una China comunista. Y en ese sentido, ¿qué otras categorías nos ayudarían a entender mejor estas dinámicas políticas, más allá de la izquierda o la derecha, para poder vislumbrar las diferencias entre las posturas políticas? Y finalmente cierro diciendo que efectivamente es muy importante analizar los discursos, porque difícilmente podemos entender, por ejemplo, el triunfo de Trump sin ese discurso tan agresivo que tuvo y el impacto que generó en la población para ganar la elección. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. Sí, I'll reply first to the first question here in English to you. Yeah, I totally agree with you that there's thousands of narratives, let's say, even going on in Trump's time. There are those who believe in QAnon and those who want the total disappearance of the state. This guy called Just Vote, who's now the counselor organizing the destruction of the states with Trump. So there are a lot of different groups, the people who, I mean, the plurality of the voices, we cannot get rid of that. The important thing is that this guy, Trump, was a perfect embodiment of, let's say, the prophet. So much so that Bannon saw it at the very beginning. He kept repeating Trump. You know, his sentences first was about the wall in the frontier, etc. But he was powerful enough to make people who were decent people. This is one of the things that you might be surprised. People who were decent, and all of a sudden they were completely in agreement that the workers with no papers should be just completely expelled in those terrible ways that have been expelled. So in a way, the real ideologues of the revolution and the destruction of the democracy in the United States is not just, the charismatic leader. He just knew how to put certain things and gather the hegemonic around the discourse, post the. But in every society, there are always, even in places where we know that there are a lot of difficulties in expressing things, there are a lot of different groups. So narratives have to be evidently different, and sometimes they find a common clue. And here, most of the times, the common clue has been mostly immigrants. In the case of the United States and in the case of the Europeans, by the way, this is very different in Latin America. So but we shouldn't also forget something which I didn't have time, but this is going to be a book, of course, and this is all very helpful for me. I have several essays written on that, but we shouldn't forget charisma, Weber's idea of charisma, because that plays, we always imagine that the charismatic leader is always someone nice and not someone horrible physically like Trump. I find him horrifying, but some people find him, a very good communicator. And this is what Bannon saw since the very beginning, and that's why they all gather. Stephen Miller, Voigt, and Bannon, all around these different movements. In another article that I published recently on Trump, it's called Trump and the Retrotopia. I say there that the problem with the United States is that I believe in stages of progression and regression, and this is a huge state of regression, I believe. But so was the Constitution. You know, erasing the slaves was a terrible omission on a society that was built in terms of economy through the slave work. Well, I'm very glad about the title because I was never happy with it. So it's a great suggestion about the title. I still don't know what title could be better, but it's true. I think that in the case of my paper, the one thing I wanted to make clear is that the philosophy of history is never separated than the politics, and the politics needs also to be aware of how the relations between past, present, and future are politically constructed by groups, etc. By, you know. And the second case of your question it's interesting because, of course, the first time I wrote this paper was to present it in Prague, where I am one of the directors of the critical theory colloquium there. We've always had Banu there, and we still hope you come sometime, all of you. And when I was thinking about this, I was very aware that I think there are two cases that for me are very important, and here I depart from your view, which is Milei is not someone just out of the blue that came, and he was a very, also, his sister and some other people prepared him, but he's a typical ideologue. He wasn't even an economist. He says he's an economist and he's not. But he has these dogmas that are so empty, but what he managed to make in his narrative is to make the party of Mrs. Fernandez, Kirchner, because as you know, all of the Peronistas are not just the same ideology. There's lots of different ideologies there. So the Kirchnerianos under her iron fist were, since first Kirchner and then two presidencies of her, and when she couldn't anymore, then the vice president, she became vice president, but in fact, you know, that's when the problem started because she and the president kept fighting, and that's how the party really lost the elections because of Milei. But Milei, as you can see, Milei is all groomed, you say in English, with this sort of rock and roll hairdo, which is also so ridiculous. He's dressed up always in leather. I mean, he is representing the new, and what it really struck me is how well he could manage to put himself as the newcomer against la casta de los políticos, the caste of politicians who are all dirty and not loyal and not faithful and corrupted, etc. So this is, I don't see him at all separated from what's going on. So much so that if Trump didn't help him now twice with the borrowing of the 20,000 million pesos, he would have lost the next election, as you know. So it's not. Trump and him are very, very close. And something else that I wanted to say is that America Latina is also a science fiction term. So I would be very careful to use the idea because we're all very plural. Well, no, but then it's my point too, because all I could say is that Milei is a part of this big, and it's also Bolsonaro, as you know. Bolsonaro was had a trial in Brazil because he copied. This time, Simone Chambers said it perfectly well. Copying bad actors from the ultra-right from in other countries He just made exactly the same thing as Trump did, but by no acknowledging the elections being lost by him. And what that brought us to is that he really organized, because he was a military, he organized really a putsch, and he was caught, and he underwent trial. And Trump just said, we'll give you 50% aranceles if you, no sé si aranceles, como se dice, tariffs, no? If you don't release him, etc. Bolsonaro's son has been in the United States as long as the trial has never gone. So please, don't be naive thinking that they are not together. This is a very well-organized right-wing movement. Okay, the Gramsci point, I think I disagree totally, because one of the things that I found out when I started looking at the books was exactly how well they've learned about how to construct alternative narratives. And my point is a narrative, you see, and this is very Gramscian in a way, having the possibility of acknowledging hegemony. And if you think hegemony is capitalism, of course, that's the part. But how the neoliberal ideology has made the theater of what it has to fight for, it's incredible, because in the first thing that sounds, I think, more, well, the most dangerous thing is the destruction of the state and institutions. And, you know, I just recently read a fabulous book by Pierre Savaillon called The Invisible Institutions. And one of the invisible institutions he claims are the most important is the trust of people. Building trust among people is a very hard thing to do. And this is what we don't have anymore. I mean, not in those countries. Fortunately, I don't think we've arrived here in Mexico at that point. But that is one of the dangers to look at it. Okay, and, oh, yeah, so other categories, okay. So, no, this is the only of the 3 points that I completely disagree. I think that we lost a lot thinking that we could think on only of feminism or on politics of identity or no, I think that the problem is how to build up a transversal, and that can only come by acknowledging, and very clear now, that there is a right wing and a left wing, and I think we lost our orientation. Well, we decided that these other small issues, they are very important. So I want to find a transversal way of articulating, just as socialism was with Marx in a way, even though it was incomplete, it had a lot of problems, etc. But I think we lost a big moment when we decided that we were going to do that, instead of talking about left and right.
Y tenemos ahora solo tiempo para una ronda más de preguntas.
Sí,
tenemos...
brevísima, ¿no?
Y, claro, si quieres concluir, pero nada más quisiera darle la palabra. Tenemos dos preguntas, una del profesor Max Tomba, y me parece que también Ishita, y tenemos dos preguntas en línea.
¿Y quién?
En línea,
okay.
Te voy a leer. Entonces, le doy la palabra al profesor Tomba.
Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Very, very interesting presentation, and there is a lot to talk about. And I wanna start from your title, the stolen narratives, and I have to say that I used a similar term in one of my recent publications, and then I corrected, and then I thought actually the right wing didn't steal our narratives. The left has their own narratives and concepts. And battle concepts, and the right wing just picked them up.
Yeah.
So there was not even the need for stealing anything. We abandoned some of our terms and concepts which were full and charged with emotions and affects. And they were able to mobilize the past in a way the left is no longer able to do it. And I have just a list of a few of them and how they have been abandoned and then picked up by the right wing. And they work in a very Koselekian way, like a polemical concept. So you can start with the religion that for a few centuries was a weapon for emancipation. So Marx took a lot from Weitling, and Weitling used Christianity in order to give substance to socialism. So there was this tradition, we know that. And then we, the left, attacked religion in the name of secularism. Secularism became laïcité in France, and that has been weaponized against the Muslims. So what is going on there? Tradition, another concept charged with emotion and affect, abandoned in the name of progress. How many people believe in progress today? This is a question. Restoration, abandoned because we privileged revolution, but restoration was the language of the insurgents for at least 200 years when they wanted to restore the social fabric. And one can go in an even more disturbing direction, and one can say the jus naturale, the natural right or natural law, that what Bloch tried to point it out. There is a tradition of revolutionary natural rights. A natural law was used as a jus necessitatis to legitimize the right to steal, but was not stealing for Thomas Aquinas in case of need. If you are hungry, you have a right to take food. And this is not, that cannot be, this is not a thief, it's not a sin. So again, there were all these, and now natural law, we know, is used by the right wing against abortion, against, to reconfirm patriarchy. So the point is we, and this is my conclusion. So first of all is how can we take back what it was ours? How we, as intellectuals, can redefine these concepts as a concept for an agenda for liberation and emancipation. Because one thing is very clear to me. If we leave these terms to the right wing, they know how to use it, and they know how to weaponize all of them against us. That's it.
Ahora tenemos una pregunta de la profesora Ishita Banerjee.
Sí.
Hola, buenas tardes. I'll speak in English just to save time, and I'll try to be very brief. First, thank you for a very, very suggestive talk, which goes straight to my interest, time, temporality. I'm by training a historian. I particularly liked your framing of the, based on Arto, of a very precarious migrant present, which thinks of probably foresees an even more precarious future. But then you go back to the right and you say that they're turning to a very desirable past, no? And I see a tension there because then you end with Dipesh Chakraborty, saying that we construct the desirable imaginative past. Who are the we? That's the first point, and from whose standpoint is this past desirable, imaginative, empathetic past? Because that's exactly what the Hindu right is doing in India. You spoke of charisma, you didn't know, Modi ji. I mean, it's unbelievable. And the other thing is, this right is not interested in constructing.
Yes.
This right is interested only in rewriting the past, and they're doing it blatantly, and they're saying, that's what it is, and people believe in it. It's like setting the record straight. And one more thing, not just the charisma. Loads of people are thinking that this is the person. Everyone else forgot about us. You know, the acceptance of everything, LGBTQ, caste, you know, gender, everything. So who are we? The Americans also say the same thing, no? Who are we? They forgot this we. So Trump is there for us, and Modi ji is there for us. So I see a kind of tension in your own, you know, ideas about desirable past, going back, reclaiming. Sorry, thank you, I'll stop there. We can speak later. Yeah.
Y te voy a leer ahora dos preguntas en línea, y son las últimas.
¿Dos preguntas más?
Hay
Okay.
2 preguntas en línea, sí.
Está bien.
Y son las últimas. Hay una pregunta que dice, ¿podemos encasillar el resentimiento como una emoción antipolítica y reaccionaria? Si es así, ¿cómo explicamos la movilización de las subjetividades marginadas y violentadas históricamente? Construir hoy día una narrativa desde la izquierda tradicionalmente centrada en la promesa utópica, si las catástrofes del presente cancelan las condiciones de un futuro. Esa es una pregunta. La otra pregunta es, pensando en el vacío del horizonte de la expectativa por parte de la izquierda, ¿es importante mantener la idea de utopía y por qué?
Bueno, rápidamente. Yeah, Max, brilliant. First, do you agree with Roberto, which I think it's clear? My title is wrong. But what I like about the proposal, and of course I'm going to cite you in this, is the idea, which it hadn't occurred to me because I'm really Kosolekian person in many ways, of using counter-concepts. This is the greatest part of what you told me today, because yes, of course, you mentioned at least these 3 very important: religion, tradition, and restoration, right? I think religion was one of the key points for all the ultra-right-wing movements, especially Bolsonaro's, and of course in the American, the evangelists, and then the ultra-Catholics also in the United States who paid for decades money for dismantling the legality of abortion. So yes, I think Narendra Modi also used religion as a main point of, and this has also to do with narratives of cohesion, of making us a we. People, you know, I was always against the idea that Habermas and Rawls brought to the idea of making religion something of the defense for the public sphere. But I understood that for the European situation, it was very important to try to help Arabs against Islamophobia. And I think Islamophobia in Europe is tremendous, everywhere, but in Europe, it's so terrible that France it doesn't allow a person to go into the ocean dressed with the, I don't know, what is the name of the Shakini? Come on? It's absurd. I mean, everybody could dress as they want to. What's the point? I mean, one thing is that you have to take the passport photographs. That's something else, right? But so I think that in that case, religion should have, for us, the left, some sort of non-official path or something. So I want to think about it longer, but I take the point that the brilliant thing here is that for Koselleck, concepts are vehicles of action. So counter-concepts are also vehicles of action, if you find the counter-concept, right? So yes, restoration and tradition is revolution, and tradition is innovation, I would say, something like that. No? Brilliant, thank you. Yes, I also think it's a key point. I don't see any incongruency in my presentation about the fact, and I think Jessica made it very clear, the fact that one part of narratives has to do with building up a we. Otherwise, why would we, be interested in a narrative? And also, when you find what I said as the translation of all these affections into something that resonates with you, it's because you identify with that narrative and not, and that is the point. That's where the ultra-right-wing movements have been so pointedly good. no? And fastly, the two last ones, I think that, yeah, no, resentment is you know, Jessica is a real professional of a theoretician on affect. But I found that, which I always thought that it's very important. There are affections that have been unleashed with the ultra-right-wing movement that are almost contagious, I would say, no? In the sense that it's very easy to feel hate. And Rainer Forst has written a fantastic article saying, not all solidarity is good. And the solidarity of the ultra-right-wing movements are terrible, you know? Solidarity per se has nothing to be normatively speaking. So resentment is the worst thing because, you know, when you feel entitled and think that something was taken from you, it's very difficult to take you out of that. And that's why the narrative against immigrants is so powerful. Huh? And, well, what can we do with utopia? I'm aware of utopia. I think we should be careful enough to say, like Benjamin, I'd like flashes of seeing, the flashes of light and saying, yes, this gives me, but believing we are children of the 20th century. I mean, me, not all the young people here. Me, I'm a child of the 20th century, and of course, it was terrible to see what happened to the socialist countries that we had envisioned and hoped they would be better. But one part, you know, was that they thought they were the embodiment of utopia. And that's why criticism was closed. And I think that one of the lessons of critical theory is to have the most important weapon of all, being always careful to be critical. And this is, I prefer the Adorno and Benjamin's side saying, there's always an aporetic side. We can go better, but it's most complicated. So we should be careful on how we fail. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, María Pía. Muchas gracias, Jessica. Este es el último evento de nuestro coloquio, entonces antes de concluirlo quisiera simplemente decir una serie de agradecimientos. Muchas gracias a María Pía Lara por haber venido, sabemos que es algo muy especial, entonces te agradecemos mucho que estés ahora con nosotros, cerrando el coloquio, es muy importante. Muchas gracias a nuestros invitados internacionales. Muchas gracias sobre todo a Dilip Gaukar, del Centro de Estudios Transculturales, por haber participado en la coordinación de este coloquio. Muchas gracias a los colegas del CI que participaron en este evento. También muchas gracias a la directora del CI, Fernanda Somuano, que por cierto se disculpa de no estar aquí porque ella tenía un compromiso fuera de la ciudad y tuvo que salir. Muchas gracias también a Esperanza Rojas, a Ilse Ladrón de Guevara y a Marina López, que han participado activamente en la organización de este coloquio. Muchas gracias también al equipo de traducción simultánea que nos estuvo apoyando estos 2 días. Muchas gracias al personal que nos ayudó con el servicio de café también durante estos 2 días y sobre todo muchas gracias al público presencial en línea por haber asistido. Les pido que sigan al pendiente porque pronto comunicaremos acerca de nuevos eventos que está organizando el Centro de Estudios Internacionales en el marco de su 65 aniversario. Gracias.
Gracias a ti.